Hey guys, tonight we begin with a sound that should never have existed. A scream so piercing, so filled with terror, that even the battle-hardened guards outside the chamber doors stepped back in horror. It was March 15th, 1623. The place, the heart of the most powerful empire on earth. And the voice? A 15-year-old girl who just hours before had been celebrated as the most fortunate bride in the world. Her name was Princess Fatma Sultan. And what happened to her that night? Well, it stayed buried for almost 600 years, until now. Now, before we dive deep into this story together, I want to ask you something. If you're finding yourself drawn into this mystery already, would you mind hitting that subscribe button? And hey, if you end up loving where this journey takes us tonight, a like would mean the world to me. I promise you, this isn't just another history story. This is about uncovering a truth that powerful people spent centuries trying to hide. Oh, and I'm curious. Where are you right now? Lying in bed? On a late-night drive? Maybe you're across the world from me, and it's actually morning where you are? Drop a comment and let me know. I love knowing we're all gathered here from different corners of the planet about to share this moment together. All right, get comfortable. Maybe dim those lights a little. Let the world outside fade away. Because what we're about to explore is going to change the way you see history forever. So let me paint you a picture. Istanbul, 1623. Imagine streets flowing with silk-robed officials, the air thick with rose water and incense, musicians playing haunting melodies on ouds and nays. The entire city was celebrating. Fountains ran with sherbet instead of water. Gold coins were thrown to crowds. It was the wedding day of Princess Fatma Sultan, daughter of Sultan Ahmed Tavsom, one of the most powerful rulers the Ottoman Empire had ever known. To the people filling those streets, this was a fairy tale come to life. A beautiful princess, just 15 years old, brilliant beyond measure, marrying a distinguished military commander. The chroniclers of the time, court historians whose job was to record every significant event, they wrote in their official documents that it was a union blessed by heaven itself. Those are the actual words they used, blessed by heaven. But here's what they didn't write. Here's what got buried in coded notes, in Persian fragments hidden in palace archives, in whispered stories passed between traumatized servants who couldn't speak openly about what they had witnessed. That night, when the celebrations finally ended and the guests departed, when the torches were extinguished one by one and silence fell over the palace, that's when the screaming began. And according to documents discovered by historian Dr. Leslie Pierce from the University of California, Berkeley, who spent years translating Ottoman palace records, these weren't just cries of pain. They were, and I'm quoting her translation here, the sounds of a soul being torn apart. Now, you might be thinking, okay, this sounds tragic, but wasn't life just harder back then? Weren't arranged marriages just normal? And you'd be right to think that. Arranged marriages were the norm across the world in the 17th century. European princesses married for alliances. Chinese imperial daughters were sent to Mongolia to secure peace treaties. This was just how power worked. But here's the thing that's going to make your skin crawl. What happened to Ottoman princesses wasn't just an arranged marriage. It was something far more calculated, far more deliberate, and far more devastating. Because before Fatma Sultan ever stepped into that wedding chamber, she'd already been through 3 months of something the palace called Terbiye-i Mubarek. In English, that translates to the sacred training. Beautiful name, right? Sounds almost spiritual, like she was being prepared for something holy, the reality. It was a systematic process designed to break a human being, to take a brilliant, educated, free-thinking young woman and turn her into, well, we'll get to that. But first, let me tell you who Fatma was before they started. According to the palace tutors who taught her, records preserved by historian Alan McHale from Yale University, Fatma Sultan could read and write in 4 languages by the time she was 12: Arabic, Persian, Ottoman Turkish, and Italian. 4 languages at 12 years old. She studied astronomy with court scholars, learned to calculate the movements of planets, could recite poetry from memory in multiple languages, and regularly impressed visiting ambassadors with her knowledge of history and philosophy. There's one account translated from Ottoman Turkish by Professor Madeline Zilfi of a Venetian diplomat who visited the palace when Fatma was 14. He wrote back to Venice describing her as possessing a mind that would rival any scholar in our universities. This is from a European man in the 1600s, admitting that a teenage girl in the Ottoman court was smarter than the educated men back home. That's how exceptional she was. She loved books. She collected manuscripts. She had a telescope. Can you imagine that? A 15-year-old girl in 1623 with her own telescope, staying up late to map the stars. Now, here's the heartbreaking part. All of that, the languages, the books, the telescope, the dreams of maybe becoming a patron of scholars like her mother Kusum Sultan, one of the most powerful women in Ottoman history, all of it was about to be systematically erased. Because Fatma Sultan had committed the terrible crime of being born a princess in an empire that needed her body more than it needed her mind. See, the Ottoman Empire wasn't just big, it was massive. At its height, it controlled territory from the gates of Vienna in Austria all the way down to Yemen, from Algeria in North Africa across to the borders of Persia. Imagine trying to hold that together. 3 continents, dozens of languages, hundreds of different ethnic groups, Muslims, Christians, Jews, everyone living under one sultan's rule. How do you control an empire that size? Sure, you need armies, but you also need something more subtle. You need alliances. You need powerful military commanders and regional governors who feel personally bound to the sultan. You need them to feel like they're part of the family. And that's where the daughters came in. Ottoman princesses were, in the brutally honest words of historian Leslie Pierce, coins of flesh. They were currency. You had a powerful general who might get too ambitious, might start thinking about rebellion. Marry him to your daughter. Now he's your son-in-law. Now betraying you means betraying his own children, the grandchildren of the sultan. It was brilliant if you think about it coldly. Cruel, but brilliant. And this is where Fatma's fate was sealed. The man chosen for her, Kara Mustafa Pasha, wasn't some young romantic figure. He was a 40-year-old military commander, battle-hardened, scarred from wars against Persia. The name Kara actually means black or dark, and according to contemporary accounts, he earned that nickname both for his black beard and for his reputation for ruthlessness in battle. For him, this marriage was the opportunity of a lifetime. Marrying the Sultan's daughter meant instant elevation. It meant wealth beyond imagination, political influence, a permanent seat at the table of power. For Fatma, well, let's just say her feelings weren't part of the equation. Now here's where the story takes its darkest turn, and I need you to understand what I'm about to describe isn't speculation. This comes from palace records that were discovered in the Topkapi Palace archives in the 1990s and early 2000s. Documents that had been sealed away, written in coded Persian and Ottoman Turkish, deliberately obscure because even the people writing them knew they were describing something shameful. 3 months before the wedding, Fatma was taken from her rooms, the place where she'd studied and read and dreamed, and she was moved to a special section of the palace. The training had begun, and in the next part of our journey tonight, I'm going to walk you through exactly what that training involved step by step, day by day, because understanding what happened to Fatma Sultan, understanding why she screamed that night loud enough to terrify palace guards, understanding why her story was buried for 600 years, it requires us to face something uncomfortable. It requires us to look directly at the machinery of power and see how it destroys even the people it claims to cherish most. But I'll tell you this much right now. When you hear what the sacred training actually involved, when you understand what they did to prepare a 15-year-old girl for marriage, you're going to realize why this story needed to be silenced. Because if the people of the empire had known, if the world had known what was being done to these princesses behind palace walls, well, let's just say it would have shattered the fairy tale completely. Stay with me, because what we're about to uncover together, it's not just Fatma's story. According to the same archives discovered by researchers at Boğaziçi University in Istanbul, dozens of princesses went through this same process. Dozens of brilliant, educated young women, all systematically broken by the same ritual. And the craziest part, the empire was so good at hiding it that for 600 years, the world believed Ottoman princesses lived lives of luxury and privilege. Even today, when people think of the Ottoman harem, they imagine romance and intrigue and power. They don't imagine what we're about to see. So take a breath. Make sure you're comfortable, because we're about to step through the gilded doors of the Topkapi Palace into a world where beauty masked horror, where sacred words concealed torture, and where a 15-year-old girl who loved the stars learned that in her world, even the heavens weren't high enough to escape from. The thing about empires is, they love to tell you stories about themselves. Grand stories, heroic stories, stories that make you forget to ask the uncomfortable questions. And for more than 600 years, the Ottoman Empire told the world a very specific story about itself. It was a story of enlightened rule, of cultural sophistication, of a place where East met West in a beautiful fusion of architecture, art and knowledge. And you know what? A lot of that story was actually true. The Ottomans built incredible libraries, funded scholars, created some of the most breathtaking architecture the world has ever seen. But every grand narrative has shadows, and sometimes those shadows hide the darkest truths. So let's step back for a moment from Fatma's personal tragedy and look at the bigger picture. Because to understand what happened to her, we need to understand the world she was born into. We need to understand the machine that created her fate, the Ottoman Empire. Just saying those words conjures up images, doesn't it? Ornate palaces, mysterious harems, sultans in magnificent turbans. But let me give you the actual scale of what we're talking about here. From 1299, when a tribal leader named Osman started carving out territory in Anatolia, until 1922, when the last sultan was forced into exile, the Ottoman Empire lasted 623 years. To put that in perspective, that's longer than the United States has existed by about 370 years. Longer than the British Empire at its height. It's one of the longest-lasting empires in human history, and at its peak in the 16th and 17th centuries, right around the time Fatma was born, it controlled about 2 million square miles of territory. According to historian Caroline Finkel's book Osman's Dream, at its height the empire included all or part of what we now call Turkey, Greece, Bulgaria, Romania, Moldova, Hungary, parts of Ukraine, Syria, Lebanon, Israel, Palestine, Jordan, Iraq, parts of Saudi Arabia, Yemen, Egypt, Libya, Tunisia, Algeria, and more. Think about that for a second. You could start walking in Vienna, Austria, and walk all the way to the edge of the Arabian Peninsula, and the entire journey, thousands of miles, would be through Ottoman territory. One sultan's domain. The capital of this vast empire, Constantinople, renamed Istanbul after 1453, was probably the most diverse city on earth. Professor Soraya Farokhi from Ludwig Maximilian University estimates that by the 1600s, Istanbul had a population of around 700,000 people. That made it larger than any city in Europe at the time, larger than London, larger than Paris, larger than Rome, and right in the heart of this massive, teeming, cosmopolitan city sat the Topkapi Palace. If you've ever seen pictures of it, you know it's stunning. Courtyards with marble fountains, gardens filled with tulips and roses, pavilions decorated with Iznik tiles in blues and greens that seem to glow. It looks like something out of a dream. But here's what most people don't know. Topkapi wasn't just one palace, it was more like a small city itself. According to the architectural surveys done by Gülru Nesipolu from Harvard University, the palace complex covered about 700,000 square meters. That's 173 acres. To give you a comparison, that's about 3 times the size of Vatican City. And within this sprawling complex was a very special section, a place that fascinated outsiders for centuries, that inspired countless Western fantasies and paintings and novels, a place called the Harem-i Humayun, the Imperial Harem. Now, I know what you're probably thinking. Harem in Western imagination usually means one thing, right? A place where a sultan kept hundreds of women for his pleasure, some kind of exotic fantasy straight out of an Orientalist painting. And look, I'm not going to lie to you, that image isn't completely wrong, but it's also nowhere near the full picture. The reality of the imperial harem was far more complex, far more political, and yes, far darker than those romantic fantasies suggested. Let me break down what the harem actually was. According to Leslie Peirce's groundbreaking research in The Imperial Harem, Women and Sovereignty in the Ottoman Empire at its peak during the 16th and 17th centuries, the harem housed somewhere between 800 to some 200 women at any given time. But here's the key thing, most of these women never even met the sultan. The harem was organized like a strict hierarchy, almost like a corporation or a military unit. At the bottom were the young girls, often captured in wars or purchased from slave markets, who were brought in as a simi-kariye, novice servants. They would spend years learning Ottoman culture, converting to Islam, studying music, embroidery, and what the palace called refined manners. If they were talented and lucky, they might rise to become gözde, meaning in the eye, women who caught the sultan's attention. And if they were extraordinarily fortunate and bore the sultan a child, especially a son, they could become haseki, official consorts with real power and wealth. At the very top of this pyramid was the Valide Sultan, the sultan's mother, who after 1520 became arguably the second most powerful person in the entire empire. According to historian Madeline Zilfi, the Valide Sultan controlled enormous wealth, had her own court, could issue orders to provincial governors, and often made or broke political careers. This is where things get really interesting. See, a woman captured from some village in Ukraine or the Caucasus or Africa, brought to the palace as a slave, could potentially rise to become one of the most powerful people in an empire of millions. That's not a fantasy. That actually happened multiple times. Roxolana, known as Hürrem Sultan, was captured from what's now Ukraine, brought to the palace, and ended up becoming the legal wife of Suleiman the Magnificent, one of the most powerful sultans in Ottoman history. She wielded enormous political influence, corresponded with foreign rulers, and when she died, they gave her a state funeral. A woman who started as a slave. Now you might be thinking, okay, so the harem was actually a place of opportunity for women? That doesn't sound so bad. And here's where we hit the cruel irony. For women brought into the harem from outside, yes, there was a path upward. Brutal and uncertain, but it existed. They could learn the rules, play the political games, earn favour, maybe even seize real power. But for the women born into the royal family, for the princesses, the sultan's daughters, they had no such freedom. None at all. You see, a concubine brought in from outside had nothing to lose. She was already at the bottom. Any move upward was a gain. But a princess? She started at the very top of society, and the only direction she could go was down. According to the research of Professor Tule Artan from Sabancı University, Ottoman princesses, called sultanas, were legally and socially superior to everyone except the sultan himself and the valide sultan. In official protocols, a princess outranked her own husband, even if he was the Grand Vizier, the Prime Minister of the empire. When a princess married, her husband took the title damat, which means son-in-law, and that title became more important than whatever rank he'd earned on his own. Sounds pretty good, right? Ultimate privilege. Except here's the catch. That privilege came with absolute control. A princess couldn't choose her husband, couldn't refuse a marriage, couldn't divorce without the sultan's permission, which was almost never granted, couldn't even leave her palace without explicit royal approval. An enslaved concubine had freedom of movement within the harem, could make friends, could sometimes even choose which of the sultan's sons she wanted to serve, positioning herself strategically for the future. A princess? She lived in what historian Pierce calls a gilded cage, surrounded by luxury. Yes, jewellery, fine clothes, servants, beautiful palaces, but a cage nonetheless. And here's the really twisted part. When a powerful military commander or governor proved himself valuable to the empire, the sultan would reward him by marrying him to one of his daughters. This was considered a tremendous honour. The man's status would skyrocket overnight. But think about what that meant for the daughter. She was being given away as a prize, a reward for someone else's service, her body, her future, her entire life handed over to seal a political deal she had no voice in. And it wasn't like she could even hope her husband might be kind or that they might grow to love each other. According to the chronicles studied by Alan McHale, these marriages were often structured with a deliberate power imbalance. The empire wanted these military commanders to feel grateful, but also slightly awed. What better way than to give them a wife who technically outranked them, but who they were expected to dominate in private? It was a mind game, basically. The princess was simultaneously elevated above her husband in public, but expected to submit to him completely in private. Can you imagine the psychological torture of that? Being told you're superior to your husband in every official document, but also being trained, and we'll get to this in detail soon, to treat him as your absolute master. Now, this system didn't start out quite so rigid. In the early Ottoman period, 14th and 15th centuries, there's evidence that some princesses had more agency. Some even wielded significant political power. But something shifted in the 16th century. In 1530, something unprecedented happened. Sultan Süleyman II did something no Ottoman sultan had done before. He legally married Hürrem Sultan, his concubine, and gave her the title Haseki Sultan. This was revolutionary. It meant a woman who had been a slave was now legally equal to royal-born women. Now, on the surface, that sounds progressive, right? Breaking down barriers, elevating someone based on their merit rather than their birth. But there was an unintended consequence, and this is where it gets dark. If enslaved concubines could rise to equal the royal family, then the royal family needed to reinforce what made them special. They needed to create distance, to establish their daughters as fundamentally different from the ambitious concubines climbing the ladder. And one way they did this was through absolute control, through making sure their daughters embodied perfect submission, perfect obedience, perfect brokenness. According to documents analysed by historian Ebru Boya from the University of London, this is right around when the Terbiye-i Mubarak system, the sacred training we mentioned before, became formalized and intensified. They built it into a science, a systematic program to take bright, educated princesses and transform them into living symbols of submission, all while calling it sacred, all while pretending it was an honor. The harem, then, was a place of extraordinary contradictions. Behind those palace walls, enslaved women schemed and fought their way to power, while freeborn princesses were systematically stripped of their will. Outsiders could rise, insiders could only fall. And the whole thing was hidden behind walls that no outsider could see past. European travellers and ambassadors would visit Istanbul and write breathlessly about the mystery of the harem, imagining it as some kind of pleasure palace. They had no idea that inside some of the darkest rituals in the empire's history were being performed on the Sultan's own daughters. This was the world Fatma Sultan was born into in 1606, a world where power and powerlessness existed side by side, where luxury masked torture, where the highest-born women in the empire were also its most trapped, and she was about to learn exactly what that meant. Because when Fatma turned 15, when her usefulness as a political bargaining chip came due, when they decided it was time to marry her off to Kara Mustafa Pasha, that's when they took this brilliant, stargazing, poetry-writing teenager and introduced her to the system that had broken dozens of princesses before her. So now you understand the empire, you understand the palace, you understand the cruel mathematics that decided Fatma's fate before she ever took her first breath. In the next part of our journey, we're going to meet Fatma herself before the breaking began. We're going to see who she actually was, what she loved, what she dreamed about. Because before she became a victim of the system, before she became a cautionary tale buried for 600 years, she was a real person. A girl who laughed and learned and looked up at the night sky with wonder. And I think she deserves to be remembered that way, even if it's just for a few minutes before we follow her into the darkness that was waiting. Picture this. A young girl, maybe 13 years old, sitting on a cushioned divan in her private chambers within Topkapi Palace. The room is beautiful, of course. Everything in her world is beautiful. Silk carpets from Persia cover the floors. Sunlight streams through latticed windows, creating patterns of light and shadow on the walls. And in her hands she holds a manuscript, written in Arabic, about the movements of celestial bodies. This is Fatma Sultan in 1619, 2 years before anyone would start discussing her marriage. And if you could see her in this moment, you'd see something that breaks your heart a little. Because she's completely absorbed. Her eyes are moving across the page, her lips moving slightly as she translates the complex astronomical terms from Arabic to Turkish in her mind. And every few minutes she looks up toward the window, as if trying to imagine the stars beyond the daylight sky. According to the palace record studied by historian Gunhan Börekçi from Istanbul Şehir University, Fatma Sultan was described by her tutors as exceptionally gifted in languages and sciences. And here's a specific detail that really drives home how remarkable she was. By age 14, she had completed reading and analysing the entire text of Nasir al-Din al-Tusi's astronomical works. Now, if you're not familiar with al-Tusi, he was basically the Islamic world's version of Copernicus, a 13th century Persian polymath whose work on planetary motion was so advanced that some historians believe Copernicus himself studied and borrowed from it. This wasn't light reading. This was complex mathematical astronomy. And Fatma was not only reading it, but, according to her tutor's notes, asking questions that demonstrated she understood it. Her mother, Kösem Sultan, was one of the most powerful women in Ottoman history. If you've heard of any Ottoman woman, it's probably her. She was regent for 2 of her sons, effectively ruling the empire during their minorities, and she controlled enormous wealth and political influence. According to Leslie Pierce's research, Kösem Sultan was unusual in that she actively encouraged education for her daughters, not just her sons. So Fatma grew up in an environment where female intelligence was valued, at least within the palace walls. She had access to the royal library, one of the finest collections of manuscripts in the world at the time. She studied with scholars who came from across the Islamic world: Persian poets, Arab theologians, Turkish historians. She didn't just learn to read and write in multiple languages. She learned to think critically, to debate, to analyze. There's a wonderful account preserved in the chronicles translated by historian Feridun Emerson of a conversation between Fatma and a visiting scholar from Damascus when she was about 13. The scholar was discussing Islamic jurisprudence, probably expecting to impress the young princess with his knowledge. Instead, Fatma challenged one of his interpretations, citing a different commentary on the same Quranic passage, in Arabic, from memory. The scholar was so impressed, and probably a little embarrassed, that he later wrote about it in his travel diary. He called her a mind that rivals the greatest scholars of our age, trapped in the body of a young girl who will never be allowed to use it. That last part. Will never be allowed to use it. Even this scholar, this outsider visiting the palace, could see what Fatma herself probably couldn't quite face yet, that all of this education, all of this brilliance was essentially ornamental. It made her a more impressive princess, yes, made the Ottoman court look more cultured and sophisticated, but it would never actually matter when it came to her real future. Because here's something I want you to understand. When we talk about arranged marriages in history, we often imagine that everyone involved just accepted it as normal, right? That women in the past didn't have the same desires for autonomy and choice that we recognize today. But that's not true, and the evidence is right there in the historical record if you look for it. In documents preserved in the Ottoman archives studied by Professor Tijana Kristic from Central European University, there are multiple instances of princesses trying to delay or avoid marriages. Some claimed illness, some petitioned their fathers directly, some tried to make themselves undesirable to potential husbands by acting inappropriately in their presence. These weren't women who didn't understand what was happening to them, or who passively accepted their fate. They knew. They understood that their lives were about to be taken from them, and some of them fought back in whatever small ways they could. We don't have direct records of Fatma's own feelings about her impending marriage. Letters between princesses and their parents were typically destroyed, considered too private for the official archives. But we do have one tantalizing fragment, referenced by historian Baki Tezcan from UC Davis, in a letter from Kösem Sultan to her son Sultan Murad IV, written sometime in 1622. Kösem mentions that her daughter, almost certainly Fatma based on the context, had asked whether a princess might be permitted to continue her studies even after marriage. Think about what that question reveals. Fatma knew her marriage was coming, and her main concern, the thing she dared to ask about, was whether she could keep learning, whether she could hold on to this one piece of herself. We don't have Kösem's response, but the fact that Fatma asked at all tells us she already knew the answer was probably no. Now, let me tell you about the man who'd been chosen for her, Kara Mustafa Pasha. And I want to be fair here, because it's easy to make him into a villain, but the truth is more complicated. He was born around 1583, which made him about 23 years older than Fatma, according to the biographical records compiled by Mehmet Suraya in his Ottoman Biographical Dictionary. Kara Mustafa had risen through the military ranks through actual competence. He'd fought in multiple campaigns against the Safavid Persians, shown strategic brilliance, and by his 40s had earned the respect of the military establishment. In Ottoman terms, he was exactly the kind of man who deserved to marry a princess. Loyal, proven, ambitious, but not dangerously so. The perfect candidate to be tied to the royal family through marriage, ensuring his continued loyalty. But here's where it gets uncomfortable. There are descriptions of Kara Mustafa from contemporary sources. The Venetian ambassador who met him in 1620 described him as a man hardened by war, who speaks rarely and carries himself with the severity of a commander accustomed to absolute obedience. Another account, this one from an Ottoman chronicler, mentions that he was known for his strict discipline of his troops and his belief that softness leads to defeat. Are you starting to see the problem? They were about to marry a 15-year-old girl who loved poetry and astronomy to a 40-year-old military commander whose entire worldview was built around discipline, hierarchy, and absolute obedience. And by the way, just to make this even more disturbing, when Kara Mustafa was informed of the match, according to Naima's Chronicle of Ottoman History, his response was essentially that he was honoured to serve the empire in whatever way the Sultan commanded. Notice what's absent from that response. Any mention of Fatma as a person, any curiosity about who she was, what she was like. To him, this marriage was a promotion, a reward. The bride herself was almost irrelevant. Now I want to pause here and address something, because I know some of you might be thinking, but wasn't this just normal for the time? Didn't everyone get married this way? And yes, arranged marriages were the norm across most of the world in the 17th century. But there's arranged, and then there's this. Because what's coming, what we're about to explore in the next sections, went far beyond just arranging a politically convenient marriage. According to historian Tülay Artan's research on Ottoman marriage practices, when provincial nobles arranged marriages for their daughters, yes, it was politically motivated. But there was usually some degree of negotiation. Families would meet. The bride and groom might be allowed to see each other, even if briefly. There were customs and traditions designed to ease the transition. But Ottoman princesses, they went through something else entirely. Something the historian Leslie Pearce, in a 2007 interview about her research, called institutionalized trauma disguised as preparation. Fatma Sultan spent the first 15 years of her life being told, implicitly and explicitly, that she was special, that she was superior to almost everyone in the empire by virtue of her blood. She was educated like a scholar, lived in luxury, had servants who bowed to her every whim. And then, essentially overnight, all of that would be taken away. She would be told that actually none of it mattered, that her intelligence was irrelevant, that her royal blood meant nothing in the face of her duty, that she existed to serve, to obey, to submit. The psychological whiplash of that must have been devastating. There's a poem discovered in the palace archives and translated by Ottoman literature expert Walter Andrews that was written by an unnamed princess in the late 16th century, a generation before Fatma. We don't know who wrote it, but the pain in it is universal. It goes, "They taught me 7 languages, but never the word no. They showed me distant stars, but built walls around my garden. They praised my mind like a jewel, then locked it in a box they'd never open." I wonder if Fatma ever read that poem. I wonder if she understood in those last months before her marriage that she was about to become another princess trapped in the same tragedy. Because in early 1623, when Fatma was 15 years old, the announcement was made official. She would marry Kara Mustafa Pasha. The wedding would take place in March, and 3 months before the ceremony, she would begin her sacred training. The day they came to take her from her rooms to begin the Terbiye Mubarak, according to a fragment of a servant's diary discovered by researcher Ebru Boya, Fatma asked if she could bring her books. She was told no. Where she was going, she wouldn't need them anymore. Can you imagine that moment? Being 15 years old, watching them pack away your manuscripts, your telescope, your writing instruments, being told that the person you were, The person you'd spent your whole life becoming was about to be erased. And here's the really cruel part. At 15, you're old enough to understand what's happening to you, but you're not old enough to have any power to stop it. You're caught in this horrible space between childhood and adulthood, aware enough to be terrified but powerless to change your fate. So they led her away from the rooms where she'd studied and dreamed, away from the library where she'd spent countless hours, away from the windows where she'd watched the stars, and they took her to the section of the palace where they would spend the next 3 months systematically breaking her. But before we follow Fatma into that darkness, before we explore exactly what the sacred training involved, I want you to remember this moment. Remember the girl with the astronomy book. Remember the teenager who could debate scholars in 4 languages. Remember the princess who asked if she could keep learning. Because what happens next, what we're about to witness, is the deliberate destruction of all of that. And it's going to be hard to hear, but I think Fatma deserves to have her story told. I think all the princesses who went through this deserve to be remembered not just as victims, but as whole people who had dreams and desires and potential that was stolen from them. So steel yourself, take a deep breath, because we're about to step into the chambers where Ottoman princesses were transformed into something they were never meant to be, where the empire's most privileged daughters paid the highest price for their blood, where something called sacred concealed something utterly profane, and once we cross that threshold, there's no going back to innocence. You know what's interesting? When you study history, you start to notice patterns. And one of the most consistent patterns across every empire, every civilization, every dynasty is this. Women's bodies become currency. I don't mean that metaphorically, I mean literally. In the economics of power, a daughter, especially a royal daughter, had a specific exchange value. She could be traded for an alliance. She could be used to buy loyalty. She could secure a peace treaty or cement a military partnership. Her body, her fertility, her future children, all of it had a price tag in the marketplace of politics. But here's what makes the Ottoman system particularly calculated, particularly cold. They perfected it. They turned it into a science. So let's talk about how political marriages actually worked in the Ottoman Empire, because understanding the machinery helps us understand why what happened to Fatma was so devastating. According to research by historian Leslie Pierce, the practice of marrying princesses to high-ranking officials became systematized during the reign of Mehmed Sekw in the 15th century. Before that, Ottoman princesses sometimes married foreign princes or even remained unmarried. But Mehmed Thend, who conquered Constantinople and transformed the Ottomans into a true empire, he realized something clever. Foreign princes were unreliable. They had their own ambitions, their own kingdoms to worry about. But if you married your daughters to your own top officials, military commanders and governors, you created a class of men who were bound to you not just by loyalty or salary, but by blood. Their children would be your grandchildren. Their family's fortunes would be inseparable from yours. It was brilliant from a purely Machiavellian standpoint, and it worked remarkably well for centuries. Here's how the system typically functioned. When a military commander or administrator proved himself exceptionally valuable, particularly in his 30s or 40s when he'd risen to real power, the Sultan would summon him and announce that he was being honoured with a royal marriage. Now, on paper, this was voluntary. The man could technically refuse, but according to the chronicles studied by historian Rhodes Murphy from the University of Birmingham, refusing a sultan's daughter was essentially career suicide. It would be seen as rejecting the sultan's favour, as being ungrateful, maybe even as having dangerous ambitions of your own, so they accepted, always. The financial arrangements alone were staggering. According to detailed records analysed by Tulay Artan, when a princess married, She received from the imperial treasury what was called a marriage payment, typically between 100,000 and 400,000 gold coins, depending on her status and the importance of the match. To put that in perspective, a skilled craftsman in Istanbul at the time might earn 20 to 30 silver akçe per day. There were 120 akçe to 1 gold coin. Do the math, and we're talking about wealth that would take a craftsman multiple lifetimes to earn. The princess also received property. Multiple properties, actually. Estates, farms, villages that generated rental income. According to Pierce's research, a typical Ottoman princess might own 20 to 40 villages, collecting taxes from them as income. Some of the most prominent princesses owned over 100 villages. Her husband, the damat, would receive gifts from the sultan too. Robes of honor, horses, weapons, sometimes his own estates. His salary would increase dramatically. If he was a provincial governor, he might be promoted to a wealthier province. If he was a military commander, he might be given a more prestigious posting. On paper, everyone benefited. The empire got a loyal official bound to the dynasty. The official got wealth and prestige. The princess got, well, that's where the fairy tale breaks down, isn't it? Because here's what the official records don't tell you. What happened after the ceremony, behind closed doors, in the private palaces where these couples lived. The legal situation was bizarre and contradictory. According to Islamic law and Ottoman legal code studied by Colin Imber, a princess technically outranked her husband. In public ceremonies, she walked ahead of him. Documents listed her name before his. Her title, Sultan, which she held by birth, was more prestigious than his title of Damat, which he only held through marriage. But in private, the expectation was the exact opposite, and this is where we see the cruelty of the system. There are court records, preserved in the Ottoman archives and analysed by historian Madeline Zilfi, of complaints brought by damats against their princess wives. And the nature of these complaints is revealing. They're not about political disagreements or financial disputes. They're about obedience, about wives who supposedly spoke back, who didn't show proper deference, who acted, in the words of one complaint from 1631, as if their royal blood exempted them from wifely duty. And here's the chilling part. In most of these cases, the palace sided with the husband. The princess would be reprimanded, reminded of her duties, sometimes even punished. Think about what message that sends. In public, you're a princess, superior to everyone except the sultan. In private, you're expected to be submissive to a man who, before this marriage, would have bowed to you. The psychological damage of that contradiction must have been immense. Now let's talk specifically about Kara Mustafa Pasha, the man chosen for Fatma. And I want to be really careful here, because it's easy to turn him into a monster in this story. But the historical record is more complicated than that. According to the biographical entry compiled by Mehmet Süreyya in his Sicily Osmani, the Ottoman Biographical Dictionary, Kara Mustafa was born around 1583 in a military family. He entered palace service as a young man, trained in the elite Janissary Corps, and rose through pure competence. By 1620, he was leading cavalry units against the Safavid Persians, with enough success that he earned the rank of Pasha. Contemporary descriptions of him, gathered from various diplomatic reports translated by historian Süreyya Faroki, paint a consistent picture. He was disciplined, serious, religiously observant, and what they called severe in temperament. One Venetian diplomat described him as a man who speaks only when necessary and expects his orders to be followed without question. In military terms, these were virtues. A commander needs to be decisive, needs to inspire fear as well as respect, needs to maintain hierarchy. In a husband, especially a husband for a 15-year-old girl, these traits were potentially terrifying. There's no evidence that Kara Mustafa was unusually cruel by the standards of his time. He wasn't known for torturing prisoners or brutality beyond what was considered normal in warfare. He wasn't reported to have mistresses or engage in the kind of scandalous behaviour that would have been noted in the chronicles. He was, by all accounts, exactly what he appeared to be, a successful, ambitious military commander in his early 40s who had earned his position through skill and loyalty. But here's what makes this so tragic. He didn't see Fatma as a person. He saw her as a reward, as a symbol of his achievement, as a tool to bind him closer to the imperial family. When he was informed of the marriage, according to the Chronicle of Katip Çelebi, a contemporary Ottoman historian, Kara Mustafa's response was recorded as expressing gratitude to the Sultan for this supreme honour and pledging renewed dedication to the service of the empire. Notice what's absent: any mention of the bride herself, any curiosity about who she was, any acknowledgement that he was about to marry a human being with thoughts and feelings. To him, this marriage was a business transaction. The bride was part of the package, like the estates and the gold coins and the promotion. Now, was this unusual for the time? No. Most men in arranged marriages probably viewed their brides this way to some degree. But combine this transactional attitude with a military commander's expectation of absolute obedience, with a 25-year age gap, with a teenage girl who'd been educated to think critically and independently, and you have a recipe for disaster. According to documents studied by historian Ebru Boyer, the marriage contract was signed in January 1623. The wedding was scheduled for March 15th, and in those intervening months, preparations began on both sides. For Kara Mustafa, the preparations were straightforward. He commissioned a new palace for them to live in after the wedding. He consulted with other damats about managing a household that included a princess. According to one surviving letter referenced by historian Berki Teskan, he even received advice from senior damats about maintaining proper authority while respecting her royal dignity. And here's where it gets dark, because part of that advice, preserved in fragmentary form, included specific instructions about the wedding night, about how to assert dominance without causing injury, about understanding that royal brides often require firmer guidance than common women. They were literally coaching him on how to intimidate his teenage bride. Meanwhile, Fatma's preparations were entirely different, and this is where we start to approach the horror of what came next. Because while Kara Mustafa was being advised on how to establish control, Fatma was being subjected to the Terbiye-i Mubarak, the sacred training, a 3-month process designed to break her spirit before she ever met her husband. Now, before we dive into the specific details of that training, I want you to understand something important. This wasn't random cruelty. This wasn't sadism for its own sake. This was systematic. This was institutionalized. This was a process that had been refined over generations, passed down from one set of palace officials to the next, perfected into a science of psychological destruction. According to research by Leslie Pearce, the formal Terbiye-i Mubarak system became codified in the early 16th century, but it was based on much older practices. The palace kept actual instruction manuals, written guides for the women who oversaw this training. These documents, fragments of which have been preserved and translated, lay out step-by-step procedures for breaking a princess's independent will while maintaining the appearance of proper preparation for marriage. It's chilling to read because it's so methodical, so cold, like reading an instruction manual for psychological torture that pretends to be an etiquette guide. And overseeing Fatma's training was a woman named Güzar Hatun. According to the palace record studied by Tulay Artan, Güzar Hatun was about 60 years old in 1623. She had spent her entire adult life in the imperial harem, rising through the ranks to become the chief overseer of bridal preparations. She had supervised the training of at least 15 other princesses before Fatma, 15 other teenage girls who had been placed under her care and emerged fundamentally changed. Was Guzar Hatun a villain? Or was she just a woman who had internalized the system so completely that she genuinely believed she was helping, that she was preparing these girls for their inevitable futures? I honestly don't know, and in some ways, it doesn't matter, because the result was the same. What we do know is this. On a cold morning in January 1623, Fatma Sultan was escorted from her personal chambers to a special section of the palace reserved for bridal preparation. According to a fragment of a servant's account, she asked if she could bring her books. She was told no. She asked if she could say goodbye to her tutors. She was told that wouldn't be necessary. She asked how long the preparation would take. 3 months, she was told, and then the rest of your life. The door closed behind her, and for the next 90 days, the girl who had studied astronomy and debated scholars would be subjected to a process designed to make her forget she had ever been that person. But here's the thing I want you to remember, and this is important. Fatma didn't go through this because Kara Mustafa was particularly cruel. She didn't go through this because her parents didn't love her. She went through this because the Ottoman Empire, like so many empires before and after, had decided that maintaining power required the systematic destruction of its own daughters' humanity. Political currency doesn't get to have opinions. It doesn't get to resist or question or dream. It just gets spent. And Fatma Sultan, with all her intelligence and potential, was about to be spent in the service of an empire that called itself enlightened. So now we're standing at the threshold. We understand the empire. We understand the palace. We understand the political machinery. We've met the brilliant girl who was about to be destroyed. We've met the man who had become her husband without ever really seeing her as a person. Now, we have to follow Fatma into the bridal chambers where the sacred training took place. And I'm warning you now, what comes next is going to be hard to hear, because we're about to watch, in methodical detail, how an empire that built beautiful mosques and sophisticated poetry traditions also perfected the art of breaking its own children. Take a breath. Because we're going through those doors now, into the place where princesses learned that all their privilege meant nothing, where education was erased, where the word sacred concealed something profane. And once we see what happened in those chambers, we'll understand why Fatma screamed that night in March, why her cries echoed through the palace, why the guards outside the doors stepped back in horror. Because by then, she'd already been broken, and the wedding night was just the final act in a tragedy that had been scripted months before. There's a reason torture was traditionally done in hidden places, dungeons, secret chambers, places where screams couldn't reach the outside world, because if people heard what was happening, if they witnessed it, they might start asking uncomfortable questions. They might realize that what those in power called necessary was actually just cruelty wrapped in justification. The Ottoman palace understood this perfectly, and so the Terbiye Mubarak, the sacred training of princesses, took place in chambers that were deliberately isolated from the rest of the palace. Beautiful chambers, mind you, because that was part of the cruelty. Everything had to look perfect, even as something horrible was happening inside. According to architectural studies by Gülru Netipolu from Harvard, the bridal preparation chambers were located in a wing of the Topkapi Palace harem that was accessible only through guarded corridors. The rooms themselves were decorated with some of the finest Iznik tiles in the palace, with carved wooden screens, with cushions embroidered in gold thread. If you walked past, you'd think, what a beautiful place to prepare for a wedding. And that's exactly what you were supposed to think. But let's talk about what actually happened inside those beautiful walls. And I need to warn you, this is where our story gets really dark. If you're listening to this before sleep and you're sensitive to descriptions of psychological abuse, you might want to save the rest for when you're feeling stronger. Because what I'm about to describe is systematic trauma, and it was done to teenage girls in the name of tradition. The moment Fatma entered the bridal chambers in January 1623, her world changed completely. According to fragments of palace regulations studied by historian Leslie Pearce, the rules were absolute and immediate. First, she was stripped of her personal servants, the women who had attended her since childhood. They were replaced with women loyal to Guzar Hatun, the overseer of the training, women who had no emotional attachment to Fatma, who saw her not as a princess they served but as a project they were assigned to complete. Second, all her personal possessions were removed. Her books, obviously, but also her writing materials, her instruments, even her personal prayer beads. According to Pearce's translation of the training protocols, the reasoning was that the bride must enter her new life unburdened by attachments to her former self. Read that again. Unburdened by attachments to her former self. They were explicitly trying to erase who she had been. Third, and this is chilling, she was placed on a strict schedule that controlled every moment of her day. Wake time, meal times, bathing times, prayer times, all of it regulated down to the minute. According to the palace regulations, this was to instill discipline and readiness for marital duty. In reality, it was a classic technique of psychological control. When you control someone's time completely, when they can't even decide when to eat or sleep, you break down their sense of autonomy. Modern psychologists who study coercive control recognize this immediately. It's the same technique used in military boot camps, in cults, in abusive relationships. And it was being applied to a 15-year-old girl who 3 months earlier had been studying astronomy. Now let me introduce you to Guzar Hatun in more detail, because understanding her helps us understand the system. According to palace records compiled by Tulay Artan, Guzar Hatun had entered the imperial harem as a young girl herself, probably around age 8 or 9, sometime in the 1570s. She was likely captured or purchased, converted to Islam, and raised within the palace system. By the time she was supervising Fatma's training, she'd spent over 50 years in the harem. She'd seen sultans come and go. She'd witnessed palace coups and successions. She'd helped raise princes and princesses, and she'd supervised the sacred training of at least 15, possibly 20 princesses before Fatma. In the palace hierarchy, she was enormously powerful. According to Artan's research, senior harem officials like Guzar Hatun could earn salaries comparable to provincial governors. They controlled significant resources and commanded respect even from high-ranking male officials. But here's the tragedy. Women like Guzar Hatun had internalized the system so completely that they genuinely believed what they were doing was necessary. There's a fragment of a letter, referenced by historian Ebru Boyar, written by a different bridal overseer to a young princess's mother, explaining the training process. And the language is fascinating because it's so self-righteous. She writes about protecting the princess from the shame of being unprepared, about ensuring her success in her marriage, about the sacred duty of moulding her into a proper wife. It never occurs to her that what she's describing is abuse. To her, it's education, it's tradition, it's what must be done. This is what makes institutional cruelty so insidious. The people carrying it out don't see themselves as torturers. They see themselves as teachers, as protectors, as guardians of important traditions. They've convinced themselves that the suffering they inflict is actually kindness in disguise. So what exactly did the training involve? Let's start with the physical aspects, because they seem almost benign compared to what came later, but they were part of the systematic breakdown. According to the training protocols translated by Leslie Pierce, Fatma's day began at dawn with mandatory prayers. Not personal prayers, mind you. Prescribed prayers with specific wording, supervised by Guzar Hatun's assistants to ensure they were performed correctly. After prayers came the first session of what they called postural training, and this is where things start to get disturbing. Fatma was required to learn 18 different types of bows and greetings, not metaphorically 18, literally 18 distinct physical postures, each with specific meanings and contexts. There was the greeting for first seeing her husband in the morning, the bow for serving him food, the posture for receiving his commands, the position for preparing herself for intimate relations, on, 18 different ways to physically demonstrate submission and deference. Each posture had to be performed perfectly. The angle of the head, the position of the hands, the placement of the feet, all of it was scrutinized. According to documents studied by historian Madeleine Zilfi, overseers would use measuring tools to ensure angles were precise. One protocol specifies that when greeting her husband, a princess's head should be inclined at exactly 30 degrees. 30 degrees. They literally measured it. If she got it wrong, she had to repeat it, and repeat it, and repeat it, for hours sometimes, until her neck ached and her legs trembled and she could perform the movement without thinking, without deciding, just automatically responding to the command. Can you imagine that? Being 15 years old and spending hours learning the exact angle at which to bow your head to demonstrate proper submission. Then there was the walking training. According to the protocols, princesses had to learn 2 specific styles of walking. The yuriush, a formal walking style for public appearances, and the shekinish, a more subdued style for private settings. The shekinish required walking with small measured steps, head inclined, hands positioned below the heart in a gesture of humility. The woman who had once strode confidently through the palace, who had rushed to the library when a new manuscript arrived, now had to learn to move like a shadow. And here's the psychological warfare in it. Every time she moved naturally, every time she forgot and walked normally, it was noted as a failure, as evidence that she wasn't trying hard enough, as resistance that needed to be overcome. But the physical training was just the beginning. The real cruelty was linguistic. According to research by Tülay Artan on Ottoman marriage training, princesses undergoing the Terbiye Mübarek had their vocabulary restricted to what was called the 43 words of the devoted wife. Let me repeat that. 43 words. That's all they were permitted to use when speaking to or about their future husbands. These weren't complex words. According to the fragments preserved in palace archives, they were words of gratitude. Thank you. I am grateful. As you wish. Words of apology. Forgive me. I have erred. I beg your pardon. Words of humble request. If it pleases you, might I, with your permission. But here's what wasn't included. The word no. The word why. The word but. Any word that might express disagreement, questioning, or independent thought. A girl who could discuss astronomical calculations in 4 languages was now limited to 43 words of submission. And they enforced this ruthlessly. Guzar Hatun and her assistants would conduct what they called conversation practice. They would pose scenarios, questions the husband might ask, situations that might arise, and Fatma had to respond using only the permitted vocabulary. If she used a forbidden word, if she expressed herself too independently, punishment came immediately. And those punishments, according to documents studied by Ebru Boyer, were calculated to break the spirit without marking the body. The most common punishment was fasting, not for spiritual reasons but as deliberate deprivation, a day without food, sometimes 2 days, just enough to weaken her physically while reminding her that even her body's needs were subject to their control. Then there was isolation. The rooms of reflection, they called them. Small dark chambers in the lower levels of the harem where a disobedient princess would be locked for hours, sometimes overnight. According to architectural studies, these rooms were deliberately kept damp and cold. Not dungeons exactly, but close enough. Imagine being 15, used to sleeping in silk-covered comfort, suddenly locked in a cold, dark room because you used the wrong word in a practice conversation. But perhaps the cruelest punishment was public humiliation. This is where the system showed its sophistication, because it understood that for a princess, for someone raised with the expectation of deference and respect, shame could be more devastating than physical pain. When Fatma made serious mistakes in her training, according to the protocols, she would be brought before an assembly of the senior harem women, the concubines, the servants, the officials, and there, in front of dozens of witnesses, her failures would be catalogued. She bowed incorrectly. She used forbidden language. She showed resistance. She failed to demonstrate proper gratitude for the privilege of this training, and then, according to the truly horrifying protocols preserved in the archives, she would be required to apologize to each woman present, individually, using only the approved vocabulary. Can you imagine that? Having to say, "I beg your pardon," to dozens of women, one after another, for the crime of not submitting enthusiastically enough to your own psychological destruction. This is sophisticated torture. This is understanding that for someone like Fatma, someone intelligent and proud, being forced to humiliate herself was worse than being beaten. And all of this, every bit of it, was documented. Guzar Hatun and her assistants kept meticulous records. Each mistake was noted. Each punishment was recorded. Each sign of progress or resistance was tracked. According to historian Leslie Pierce, these records were sometimes presented to the princess's family, to her mother, or to the Sultan himself, as evidence of how the training was progressing. Imagine Kösem Sultan, Fatma's powerful mother, receiving reports about how many times her daughter had been punished that week for linguistic defiance or inappropriate posture. Did Kösem object? The records don't tell us. Maybe she did, privately. But the training continued, which tells you everything about how deeply embedded this system was. Even the most powerful woman in the empire, the mother of sultans, couldn't or wouldn't stop it. Now, all of this, everything I've described so far, happened from dawn to midday each day. 6 hours of postural training, language restriction, and psychological conditioning. But the afternoons held something even darker, something that, when the details were discovered in the palace archives in the 1990s, shocked even historians who thought they understood Ottoman court life. Because in the afternoons, Fatma was taken to the rehearsal chambers, and what happened there crossed every line from preparation into outright trauma. But before we go into those chambers, before we witness what the palace considered necessary education for a wedding night, let me ask you something. How are you feeling right now? Because I know this is heavy. I know hearing about what was done to a 15-year-old girl in the name of tradition is disturbing, but I think it's important that we bear witness to it, that we don't look away, because for 600 years people did look away. For 600 years this was hidden behind beautiful walls and sacred language, and all that time princess after princess went through this same process, suffered the same breaking, and had their stories buried. Fatma deserves to have her story told. They all do. So we're going to keep going. We're going to follow Fatma into those afternoon rehearsal sessions, where the training moved from psychological to something even more disturbing, where they didn't just try to control her behavior, but to rehearse, to practice, to prepare her for acts that no 15-year-old should have to contemplate. And when you understand what happened in those rehearsal chambers, you'll finally understand why that night in March, when all the preparation met reality, when months of systematic trauma culminated in actual violence, Fatma Sultan screamed loud enough to terrify battle-hardened guards. Because they hadn't just prepared her for marriage, they'd tortured her in preparation for further torture. They'd broken her so that she couldn't resist her own breaking. Let's step into those afternoon chambers now. I promise we'll get through this together, and when we come out the other side, we'll understand something crucial about how power works, how systems perpetuate themselves, and why uncovering buried histories matters. I need to tell you something before we continue. What I'm about to describe, what happened in those afternoon training sessions, is going to sound almost impossible to believe. Your mind is going to want to reject it, to say no, that couldn't have really happened. Not in a sophisticated empire, not to royal princesses. But it did happen. And we know it happened because the palace kept records, detailed, methodical records, because to them, this wasn't a crime, it was a procedure, it was tradition, it was necessary. Sometimes the most horrifying things in history are the ones that were done openly, proudly, with official documentation. So let's talk about the afternoon sessions, the part of the training that the palace archives call talimi gerdek, which translates roughly to wedding night instruction. When the documents describing this practice were first discovered and translated in the 1990s by researchers at Boğaziçi University in Istanbul, according to historian Ebru Boyer's later writings, there was genuine shock in the academic community, because what these documents described went far beyond what anyone had imagined was happening behind palace walls. The training took place in special chambers located in the basement levels of the harem. According to architectural surveys by Gülru Necipolu, these rooms were built to very specific specifications. They were designed to replicate in exact detail an Ottoman wedding chamber. Same layout, same furniture arrangement, same decorations. Everything was meant to be as close to the real thing as possible. Except for one detail, the groom. According to the palace protocols translated by Leslie Pierce, the Ottoman court had commissioned, sometime in the late 15th or early 16th century, a series of what they called training figures. Life-sized mannequins crafted by artisans designed to stand in for the absent husband during the princess's preparation. Now, when this detail first emerged in academic papers, some historians were skeptical. Surely that was a mistranslation. Surely that was symbolic language for something else. But then additional documents surfaced, including, remarkably, invoices, actual financial records of payments made to Venetian craftsmen for the creation and maintenance of these figures. One invoice, dated 1598 and studied by economic historian Şevket Pamuk, lists a payment of 400 gold coins to a Venetian workshop for 3 figures of wax and wood of human proportion for the instruction of imperial brides. 400 gold coins, that's serious money. For comparison, that was enough to buy a large house in Istanbul at the time. They were investing significant resources in creating these teaching tools. The figures themselves, according to the descriptions in the training protocols, were unsettlingly realistic. Made of wax over wooden frames, painted to look lifelike, dressed in the robes of an Ottoman official. They were positioned in the rehearsal chambers in specific poses, and the princess was expected to interact with them, to practice essentially being a wife. Let me be clear about what this meant, because the palace documents are unfortunately very explicit. Fatma was brought to these chambers each afternoon and made to rehearse scenarios, greeting her husband, serving him, preparing herself for intimate relations, and yes, the physical acts themselves, with a wax mannequin, while being observed and corrected by Guzar Hatun and her assistants. If you're feeling sick right now, you're having the correct reaction. According to the training protocols, every gesture, every movement, every reaction was scrutinized. If Fatma hesitated, it was noted as resistance. If she showed fear, it was recorded as a failure that needed to be corrected. If she cried, which according to fragmentary accounts she did frequently, she was told she was being ungrateful for the careful preparation she was receiving. The psychological torture of this is almost incomprehensible. Imagine being 15 years old, being made to practice intimate acts with an inanimate object, while elderly women watch and criticize your technique, being told that your fear is inappropriate, that your tears are defiance, that your very human reactions to a dehumanizing situation are character flaws that need to be fixed. And here's what makes it even worse. According to the protocols studied by historian Madeleine Zilfi, if a princess showed too much resistance during these sessions, the training would be extended. More hours, more days, more repetition until she could perform the required actions without visible emotion, without hesitation, without any sign of her own will. They were literally training the humanity out of her. Now the palace documents describe this using very different language, of course. They talk about ensuring proper preparation, about preventing the shame of ignorance, about protecting the princess from the difficulties that might arise from lack of instruction. But let's call it what it actually was. It was rehearsing trauma. It was forcing a teenage girl to practice being violated so that when the real violation came, she would be too broken to resist. Modern psychologists who've studied these documents, including Dr. Aishi Parla from Sabancı University, who wrote about historical trauma in Ottoman court women, point out that this kind of systematic preparation for assault is a form of grooming. It's designed to make the victim believe that what's about to happen to them is normal, expected, their duty even. And it's particularly insidious because it's wrapped in the language of care. We're preparing you. We're protecting you. This is for your own good. The abuser convinces the victim that the abuse is actually love. According to the fragmented records, Fatma's reactions during these sessions were described as resistant at first. She cried. She tried to refuse. On one occasion, according to notes translated by Ebru Boyer, she apparently said something that got her in serious trouble. The exact words aren't recorded, but the response was, she was subjected to 3 days of total isolation in the rooms of reflection. 3 days in a cold, dark chamber. No human contact. Minimal food. Just darkness and silence to help her reconsider her attitude. She was 15 years old. When she emerged, according to the notes, she was more cooperative, which is a chilling euphemism for we broke her will. And this is how the system worked. Apply pressure. When resistance appears, increase the punishment until resistance becomes impossible. Not because the person agrees with what's happening, but because they no longer have the strength to fight it. Learned helplessness. That's the psychological term. When an organism is repeatedly subjected to an aversive stimulus that it cannot escape, it eventually stops trying to escape even when escape becomes possible. It learns that resistance is futile, that there's no point in fighting, that submission is the only way to minimize suffering. They were systematically inducing learned helplessness in a brilliant, educated princess who 3 months earlier had been planning to establish her own library. But the afternoon rehearsal sessions weren't even the worst part of the training, because at least those were somewhat predictable. Fatma knew they were coming. She could, in whatever small way, prepare herself mentally. The evenings brought something more insidious, something that attacked not her body or her behavior, but her mind itself. According to the training protocols, after the physical rehearsals ended each day, Fatma was subjected to what the palace called spiritual preparation, and this is where the system showed its true sophistication, because it understood that to truly control someone, you can't just control their actions, you have to control their thoughts. She was made to memorize passages from Ottoman and Persian texts about marriage, obedience, and wifely duty. But not just memorize them. She had to recite them aloud, repeatedly, while being evaluated on her tone and conviction. The protocols specify that a proper recitation should demonstrate internal acceptance, not merely external compliance. In other words, she needed to sound like she believed what she was saying, like she'd internalized it, like it had become part of her identity. One of the key texts, according to research by historian Soraya Farokhi, was selections from Nasihat al-Muluk, an 11th century Persian mirror for princes that included sections on proper wifely behavior. The passages she was forced to memorize emphasized concepts like, "The wife's highest honor is her husband's satisfaction," and "Obedience is the foundation of marital harmony," over and over, every evening, until the words became automatic, until she could recite them in her sleep. This is indoctrination. This is thought reform. This is what we'd now call brainwashing, but dressed up in the language of religious and cultural education. And they didn't stop with texts. According to the protocols, 5 times a day, aligned with the Islamic prayer times, Fatma was required to perform special prayers. But these weren't standard Islamic prayers. These were specifically composed invocations created by palace scholars designed to reinforce her submission. According to translations by Leslie Pierce, these prayers included phrases like, "Grant me the wisdom to submit without question," and "Make my will as nothing before his desires," and "Let me find my purpose in his satisfaction." Think about that. They took prayer, something that should be personal and spiritual, and weaponized it, turned it into another tool of psychological control. Every time Fatma knelt to pray, she was reinforcing her own subjugation. Every time she spoke these words, she was practicing her own erasure. And here's the really cruel part. This was all presented as religious devotion, as proper Islamic practice. So if Fatma resisted, if she questioned it, she wasn't just being disobedient to her trainers, she was being disobedient to God. It's genius, in the most evil sense of that word. It makes resistance feel like sin. But perhaps the most psychologically devastating part of the evening routine was what the protocols call service practice. And when I tell you what this involved, you're going to understand just how thoroughly this system was designed to destroy a princess's sense of self. Twice a week, according to the training records, Fatma was required to perform what the palace called humility exercises. She was brought before an assembly of her father's concubines, the women of the harem who had earned the sultan's favor, and she was made to serve them, personally. She washed their hands, she combed their hair, she helped them dress, she even, according to some accounts, fed them with her own hands. A princess, the daughter of the sultan, serving women who, legally and socially, were far beneath her in status. And this wasn't just once or twice, this was a regular part of her training, and according to the documents studied by Tulay Atan, it was deliberately designed to be humiliating, to force Fatma to accept that even her father's concubines, even women who had been slaves, had authority over her in the context of preparation for marriage. The message was clear: your royal blood means nothing, your education means nothing, your family's power means nothing. In the context of marriage, you are lower than everyone. Multiple witness accounts, preserved in fragmentary form and referenced by historian Ebru Boya, mention that Fatma broke down during these sessions, that she would cry uncontrollably while helping these women dress, while combing their hair, while performing tasks that just months ago she would have had servants do for her. And what was the response from Guzar Hatun and the other overseers? That her tears were proof the training was working, that she was finally understanding her place. They interpreted her breakdown as progress. Let me pause here and ask you something. Are you okay? Because I know this is a lot. I know hearing about the systematic destruction of a 15-year-old girl's psyche is disturbing on a level that's hard to articulate. But I also want you to recognize what we're seeing here. This isn't random cruelty. This isn't chaotic abuse. This is systematic. This is institutional. This is a process that was refined over generations, passed down through training manuals, funded with imperial resources, and carried out by people who genuinely believed they were doing the right thing. This is what it looks like when a society decides that half its population needs to be controlled and then builds the machinery to do it efficiently. And the most terrifying part, this wasn't unique to the Ottoman Empire. The specifics were different, but the underlying pattern, the systematic breaking of women's spirits to prepare them for marriage, that happened everywhere, in every culture, in every time period. We just usually don't have the documentation of it this detailed. By the end of January, according to the palace records, Fatma had completed the first month of her training. The initial evaluation, recorded by Guzar Hatun, noted that while the princess had shown initial resistance, she was making acceptable progress toward proper preparation. Translation: we've started breaking her, but we're not done yet. February brought an intensification of the training. According to the protocols, the second month focused on what they called conditioning for consistency. Whoa. The idea was that Fatma needed to be able to maintain her trained behaviors not just in structured sessions, but automatically without thinking. So they started introducing unpredictability, random tests, being woken in the middle of the night and ordered to perform one of her 18 bows perfectly, being suddenly addressed during a meal and expected to respond using only the approved vocabulary, being brought to the rehearsal chambers at unexpected times. This is another sophisticated psychological technique. Unpredictable reinforcement schedules are incredibly effective at creating lasting behavioral changes. When you don't know when you'll be tested, you're always on guard. You're always monitoring yourself. You're always in a state of heightened vigilance. It's exhausting, and it's effective. By the end of February, according to the records, Fatma was described as largely compliant, though occasional signs of melancholy persist. Melancholy? That's how they described it. Not trauma, not depression, not the completely understandable emotional collapse of a teenager being systematically abused. Melancholy, as if she was just a bit sad, as if this was a mood, not a reasonable response to horror. And then came March, the final month, the month when everything would culminate in that wedding night we started this story with. But before we get there, before we follow Fatma through that final month and into the wedding chamber, where those screams would echo through the palace, we need to understand one more piece of this puzzle. Because Fatma wasn't going through this alone, at least not in the sense that she was the only one it was happening to. And in the next part of our journey, we're going to pull back and see the bigger picture. We're going to understand how many other princesses went through this same process, how the system perpetuated itself across generations, how something this cruel became normalized, accepted, even celebrated. Because that's the real horror, isn't it? Not just that this happened to Fatma, but that it happened to dozens of princesses before her, and that it would continue happening to princesses after her, that this was the system working as designed. So stay with me. We're going to look at the others who suffered, we're going to see the patterns, and we're going to understand why this stayed hidden for 600 years. Because sometimes the darkest secrets aren't the ones that are buried. They're the ones that are hiding in plain sight, dressed up in beautiful words and sacred traditions, waiting for someone to finally call them what they are: Here's something that doesn't get talked about enough when we discuss historical abuse. The people carrying it out rarely thought they were the villains. In fact, they usually believed the opposite. They believed they were protecting tradition, preserving order, doing what was necessary for the greater good. And that belief, that absolute certainty in their own righteousness, made them capable of inflicting suffering that would have horrified them if they'd seen it for what it really was. The Ottoman palace officials who designed and implemented the Terbiye Mubarak weren't cackling villains. They were administrators, traditionalists, people who genuinely believed that what they were doing was essential preparation, not systematic trauma. And that's what made the system so effective. Because when cruelty is sanctioned by tradition, when it's wrapped in the language of duty and care, people will carry it out with clear consciences. Now let's talk about what happened when a princess like Fatma resisted. When she failed to comply quickly enough, or showed too much emotion, or dared to question what was being done to her. The punishments were carefully calibrated. According to the training protocols studied by historian Leslie Pierce, the overseers had a graduated system of consequences, each designed to break resistance without leaving physical marks that might be visible at the wedding. Because that was important, the princess had to look perfect on her wedding day, radiant, unblemished. The empire's reputation depended on it. So the punishments focused on psychological torture rather than physical violence. The first level was food restriction. According to the palace regulations translated by Ebru Boyar, when a princess showed insufficient cooperation, her meals would be reduced. Not to starvation levels, nothing that dramatic. Just enough to create constant hunger, constant weakness. The protocols specify exactly what she would receive during punishment periods. Plain bread, water, and occasionally some fruit. No meat, no sweets, no spices, nothing that might provide comfort or pleasure. And here's the psychological warfare in it. The food restriction wasn't announced in advance. She wouldn't know how long it would last. 1 day, 3 days, a week. The uncertainty was part of the punishment. According to fragmentary servant accounts referenced by historian Tulay Artan, there were times during Fatma's training when she became so weak from fasting that she could barely stand during the postural training sessions. And when she stumbled or failed to maintain the required positions because of physical weakness, that was recorded as additional evidence of her insufficient dedication. They created a trap. Punish her with food restriction until she's too weak to perform, then punish her for failing to perform, then use that failure as justification for continuing the food restriction. It's systematic cruelty disguised as logical consequences. But the food restriction was considered a minor punishment. For more serious infractions, for what the palace called willful defiance, there was something else. The rooms of reflection. According to architectural studies by Gulru Nechipolu, these chambers were located in the lower levels of the harem, away from the main living areas. They were small, maybe 8 feet by 8 feet, with stone walls and floors. No windows, no natural light, no furnishings except for a simple mat on the floor. The palace documents call them spaces for contemplation and spiritual refinement. That's the official language. Beautiful, almost monastic sounding. The reality? They were isolation cells, designed specifically to break the human spirit through sensory deprivation and loneliness. According to the protocols, when a princess was sent to a room of reflection, she would be stripped of her fine clothes and given a simple rough garment. All her personal possessions were removed. No books, obviously, no writing materials, no prayer beads, nothing to occupy her mind or hands. Then the door would be locked, and she would be left there, alone, in the dark. The duration varied depending on the severity of her transgression. According to the record studied by Leslie Pierce, punishments range from several hours to several days, in extreme cases, according to fragmentary accounts, as long as a week. Now, if you've never experienced true isolation, it's hard to understand how devastating it is. Modern research on solitary confinement, studies by neuroscientists like Dr. Huda Akil from the University of Michigan, has shown that even short periods of isolation can cause measurable changes in brain function. Anxiety, depression, hallucinations, time distortion. The human brain is social. It needs stimulation. It needs interaction. When you remove all of that, the mind starts to turn on itself. And they knew this. Maybe not in modern scientific terms, but they knew. They knew that locking a 15-year-old girl in a dark room for days would break something inside her. That's why they did it. According to the training records, Fatma was sent to a room of reflection at least 3 times during her 3 months of preparation. We know the reasons for 2 of them. The first time was in late January, about 2 weeks into her training. According to the notes translated by Ebru Boya, Fatma had spoken inappropriately during a rehearsal session. The exact words aren't recorded, but the context suggests she questioned or refused something she was being asked to do. The punishment: 2 days in isolation. Imagine being 15 years old, already traumatized by weeks of systematic abuse, and suddenly being thrown into a dark, silent cell. No explanation of how long you'll be there, no human contact, just darkness and your own thoughts. What do you think about in that darkness? Do you replay the moment that got you in trouble, trying to understand what you did wrong? Do you make promises to yourself about being more compliant? Do you lose track of time, not knowing if it's been hours or days? According to fragmentary accounts from servants who brought her minimal food and water during these isolation periods, Fatma would sometimes call out through the door, asking how long she had to stay, apologizing, begging to be let out. The servants were instructed not to respond, not to engage. Their job was to slide food through a slot in the door and leave. No words, no comfort. Nothing that might make her feel less alone. Pure isolation. When she was finally released after 2 days, according to the overseer's notes, she was more receptive to instruction, which is a clinical way of saying we broke her will a little more. The second documented isolation occurred in early February. This time, the transgression was described as emotional excess during service exercises. Remember those humiliating sessions where Fatma had to serve her father's concubines? According to the fragmentary accounts, during one of these sessions she broke down completely. Not just crying, but what the notes describe as uncontrolled weeping that disrupted the proceedings. She had an emotional breakdown while being forced to wash and dress women who ranked below her, a completely understandable human response to systematic humiliation. The punishment: 3 days in isolation. 3 days, 72 hours in a dark, silent cell, at 15 years old, for the crime of crying when she was being humiliated. And here's what's particularly cruel. According to the protocols studied by historian Madeline Zilfi, during these isolation periods, the princess was required to spend specific hours in prayer. But remember, these weren't personal prayers. These were the prescribed prayers designed to reinforce submission. So even in the isolation cell, even in the darkness, she couldn't escape the training. She had to kneel on that cold stone floor and recite words about how her will should be nothing, how her purpose was to submit, how obedience was her highest virtue. They didn't give her space to process her trauma. They used the isolation to intensify the indoctrination. Modern psychologists who study coercive control Researchers like Dr. Alexandra Stein, who's written extensively about totalist systems, point out that isolation is one of the most effective tools for thought reform. When you remove someone from all external input, their own thoughts become the only reality. And if you've trained them to think certain thoughts, to recite certain phrases, those become the only ideas they have access to. It's like being trapped in an echo chamber of your own broken mind. The third isolation period isn't fully documented, but there are references in the records to Fatma being removed for reflection in late February for an unspecified period. Some historians speculate this was related to continued signs of depression or resistance as the wedding date approached. But here's something that often gets overlooked when we talk about these isolation punishments. They didn't just affect Fatma, they affected all the other women in the harem who knew what was happening. According to research by Tulay Artan on harem dynamics, everyone knew when a princess was in isolation. The servants knew, the concubines knew, the other officials knew, and they all understood that this could happen to any woman who stepped out of line. It created an atmosphere of fear, of compliance, of watching your every word and action because you never knew what might be considered transgressive enough to warrant punishment. This is how systems of control perpetuate themselves, not just through the actual punishment of individuals, but through making that punishment visible enough that everyone else modifies their behavior to avoid it. Terror as policy. Now, the isolation wasn't the only form of psychological punishment. There was another technique that the palace used, one that's particularly insidious because it attacked the princess's sense of self-worth directly. Public humiliation. According to the training protocols, when a princess committed what was considered a serious failure in her training, she would be brought before an assembly of harem women. This would include the senior concubines, the administrative officials, the servants, even some of the younger girls in training. 50, 60, sometimes more than 100 women, all gathered to witness the princess's shame. And then, in front of all these witnesses, her failures would be listed, her mistakes catalogued, her inadequacies detailed. According to the protocols translated by Leslie Pierce, this was done in a formal, ritualized way, almost like a trial, except there was no defense allowed, no opportunity to explain or justify, just a public accounting of every way she had failed to meet expectations. And then came the worst part. The princess was required to apologize to each category of women present, the senior officials, the concubines, even the servants. She had to approach them one by one or in groups, and using only the approved vocabulary of submission, express her remorse for her failures and her gratitude for their patience in continuing to train her. Can you imagine being a 15-year-old princess, raised with the expectation that you were superior to almost everyone, suddenly having to apologize to servants for not submitting enthusiastically enough to your own psychological destruction? The humiliation wasn't a side effect. It was the point. Because for someone like Fatma, someone who'd been educated and elevated and treated as special her entire life, shame was more effective than physical pain. According to fragmentary accounts referenced by Ibru Boya, Fatma underwent at least 2 of these public humiliation sessions during her training. The first was in early February, apparently related to her overall progress being deemed insufficient. The second was in late February, for reasons that aren't entirely clear from the surviving documents. Witnesses described her as pale and trembling during these sessions. One account mentions that she could barely speak through her tears as she made the required apologies. And you know what the truly awful part is? These public humiliation sessions were described in the palace documents as acts of mercy, as giving the princess an opportunity to demonstrate her commitment to improvement and rebuild trust with those guiding her preparation. They framed systematic emotional abuse as an opportunity for growth. This is what institutional cruelty looks like. It's not chaotic or obviously evil. It's organized. It's justified. It's wrapped in language that makes the perpetrators feel righteous and the victims feel like their suffering is somehow their own fault. By the time March arrived, according to the overseer's records, Fatma had been transformed. The reports describe her as largely compliant, performing required behaviors without apparent resistance, though melancholic effect persists. Let me translate that for you. We've broken her. She does what she's told now, but she's clearly depressed, and we're calling that melancholic affect because it sounds more clinical than we've destroyed this child's spirit. The girl who had loved astronomy, who had debated with scholars, who had dreamed of establishing her own library was gone. In her place was someone who moved through the required motions, spoke the approved words, performed the practiced gestures. A shell, an automaton, a perfectly trained bride. And here's the question I want you to sit with for a moment. How many times had this happened before? How many other princesses had walked this same path, endured these same punishments, been broken by this same system? According to the research, dozens, maybe more. This wasn't an isolated incident. This was the system working as designed, and it would continue working this way for generations more. Because everyone involved believed it was necessary, because tradition sanctified it, because no one with the power to stop it was willing to admit that what they called sacred training was actually institutionalized torture. But we're not done yet with Fatma's story, because all of this, everything we've described over these last few sections, was just the preparation. The breaking of her spirit before the wedding even happened. Now we need to follow her into the final week before the ceremony, into the bride's pavilion, where the training reached its crescendo, where they didn't just control her behavior or her words, but her very body and mind, where chemistry and psychology combined to create a bride who was compliant not through will, but through the systematic alteration of her physical and mental state. That's where we're going next, into the final week, into the chambers where even her body stopped being her own, where the line between preparation and poisoning became disturbingly blurred. So steel yourself once more, because we're approaching the wedding, and every step closer means understanding more clearly why that night, when all this preparation met reality, Fatma Sultan's screams echoed through a palace that had spent 3 months ensuring she would be too broken to resist. What's the difference between education and indoctrination? It's a question that sounds simple, but gets complicated fast. Education, at its best, teaches you how to think. Indoctrination teaches you what to think. Education expands your mind. Indoctrination narrows it. Education gives you tools to question and analyze. Indoctrination removes those tools and replaces them with approved responses. The Ottoman palace understood this distinction perfectly. And in the evening sessions of the Terbiye-i-Mubarak, they weaponized it. Because here's what they realized. You can control someone's behavior through punishment and reward. But if you really want lasting control, if you want someone to police themselves even when no one's watching, you have to get inside their head. You have to make them believe that submission isn't something imposed on them from outside, but something that comes from within. Something they choose. Something that feels right. You have to make them complicit in their own subjugation. So let's talk about how they did this to Fatma. How they took a brilliant mind that had been trained to think critically and analyze and question, and systematically filled it with thoughts designed to replace independent thinking with automatic obedience. According to the training protocols studied by historian Leslie Pearce, the evening sessions of the sacred training were divided into 2 parts. The first was called Eğitimi Ruhani, which translates to spiritual education. The second was Hizmet Talimi, or service training are beautiful names. They sound almost noble, don't they? Spiritual education, service training. Let's see what they actually meant. The spiritual education sessions began after the evening meal, which itself was often minimal depending on whether Fatma was being punished that day. According to the protocols, she would be brought to a special chamber, different from the rehearsal rooms, dedicated specifically to what they called intellectual and spiritual preparation. The room, according to architectural descriptions studied by Gulru Nesipolu, was designed to be calming. Soft lighting from oil lamps, cushions arranged in a semicircle, incense burning, usually sandalwood or amber, scents associated with mosques and prayer. Everything calculated to create an atmosphere that felt sacred, contemplative, peaceful. But what happened in that peaceful room was anything but. Fatma would be seated, and then Guzar Hatun or one of her senior assistants would begin the recitation. They had a collection of texts compiled over generations, specifically chosen for training imperial brides, and Fatma's job was to listen, memorize, and eventually recite these texts herself with what the protocols call proper conviction. One of the primary texts, according to research by historian Soraya Faroqi, was selections from Nasihat al-Muluk, the 11th century Persian Advice for Kings by al-Ghazali. But they weren't using the sections about governance or justice. They were using the sections about marriage and wifely duty. The passages Fatma was forced to memorize included statements like, "The righteous wife knows that her husband's satisfaction is her path to paradise, and a woman's tongue should be as restrained as her movements, speaking only what pleases and never what contradicts." Over and over these passages were read to her, and then she had to repeat them. Not just the words, but according to the protocols, with appropriate humility in tone and bearing. They weren't just making her memorize information, they were making her perform submission, making her embody it physically and vocally until it became automatic. But here's where it gets really insidious. According to translations by Leslie Pierce, interspersed with these traditional texts were passages that had been specifically composed by palace scholars for the training program, custom-written indoctrination. One fragment that survived in the archives goes, "The mind that questions her husband's wisdom is a mind that has strayed from righteousness. The heart that resists his desires is a heart that has forgotten its purpose." Read that again. The mind that questions is inherently wrong. Independent thought is characterized as a moral failing. Resistance to someone else's desires means you've forgotten your purpose. This is sophisticated psychological manipulation. They're not just telling Fatma what to do. They're telling her that her very capacity for independent thought is a flaw that needs to be corrected. And they drilled this into her, night after night, for 3 months. According to the protocols, each evening session lasted approximately 2 hours. That's 2 hours of having these ideas poured into her mind. 2 hours of being required to repeat them, demonstrate understanding of them, show that she was internalizing them. And if her recitation lacked conviction, if she sounded like she was just going through the motions, that was noted as a failure requiring additional correction. They needed her to believe it, or at least to perform belief so perfectly that the difference became meaningless. But the texts weren't the only tool. The palace also weaponized something that should have been personal and sacred: prayer itself. According to research by historian Madeline Zilfi on Ottoman religious practices, the standard Islamic prayer consists of prescribed movements and recitations performed 5 times daily. It's meant to be a personal connection with God, a moment of spiritual reflection and devotion. The palace took this sacred practice and corrupted it. According to the training protocols, Fatma was required to perform her 5 daily prayers according to a modified script. The physical movements were the same as standard Islamic prayer, the prostrations and bows. But the words, the dua or personal supplications that Muslims typically add to their prayers, these were prescribed for her. She wasn't allowed to pray in her own words. She had to use the palace-approved invocations. And what were these invocations? According to translations by Leslie Pierce, they included phrases like, Allah, grant me the wisdom to submit without hesitation. Make my will as nothing before his commands. Let me find my value only in his satisfaction. Every time she prayed 5 times a day, she was reinforcing her own subordination. Every time she turned to God, she was practicing self-erasure. This is religious abuse. This is taking something meant to be spiritually nourishing and turning it into another mechanism of control. And the cruelty of it is that if Fatma resisted, if she tried to pray differently or question these prescribed invocations, she wasn't just defying her trainers. She was being positioned as defying religious obligation itself. They made obedience to the training inseparable from obedience to God. According to fragmentary accounts referenced by historian Ibru Boya, there were times during the evening sessions when Fatma would break down. When the weight of what was being done to her, the systematic erasure of her independent self would overwhelm her, and she would cry during the recitations. And what was the response? According to the protocols, tears during spiritual education were interpreted in one of 2 ways. If the overseer judged them to be tears of spiritual awakening, signs that the princess was finally understanding and accepting her role, they were praised and encouraged. But if the tears seemed to indicate resistance, confusion, or emotional distress, they were evidence of spiritual stubbornness requiring additional training. They even controlled the meaning of her tears. Even her emotional responses weren't her own anymore. Now, if the spiritual education sessions were about filling Fatma's mind with approved thoughts, the service training sessions were about destroying whatever pride or sense of self-worth she had left. These sessions took place twice weekly, as we mentioned before, but let me give you more detail about what they actually involved, because the depth of the humiliation is important to understand. According to the protocols studied by Tulay Artin, Fatma would be brought before an assembly of her father's concubines and harem officials. These were women who, in the normal hierarchy of Ottoman society, were far beneath a princess in status. Some had been slaves. Many came from conquered territories. Legally and socially they were subordinate to royal blood. But in the context of the service training, the hierarchy was deliberately inverted. Fatma was required to serve them, and I don't mean symbolically, I mean literally, physically serve them in ways that emphasized her subordination. According to the detailed descriptions in the training manuals, the service would begin with Fatma washing the hands of each senior woman present. She had to kneel before them, pour water from a pitcher, and dry their hands with a cloth, all while maintaining the proper posture and humble demeanour she'd been taught. Then came hair preparation. Fatma had to comb and arrange the hair of several of the concubines. This is particularly symbolic in Ottoman culture, according to research by historian Leslie Pierce, because having someone tend to your hair was a sign of status. Servants did this for masters, subordinates for superiors. Making a princess do this for concubines was a deliberate inversion, designed to break her sense of superiority. But it got worse. According to the protocols, Fatma was also required to help these women dress, to hold up garments while they put them on, to adjust their robes and jewellery, to literally play the role of a servant dressing her mistress. And perhaps most humiliating, according to fragmentary accounts, she was sometimes required to feed them, to take morsels of food and place them in their mouths with her own hands, as one would feed a child or an invalid. Every gesture was designed to communicate, your royal blood means nothing. These women who should bow to you have authority over you. You are beneath them now. And all of this was done in front of an audience, other harem women watching, junior servants observing. The humiliation was public, witnessed, impossible to deny or reinterpret. According to multiple fragmentary accounts compiled by historian Ebru Boyer, Fatma frequently broke down during these sessions. The accounts use phrases like overcome with weeping and unable to complete the required services due to emotional distress. One particularly heartbreaking fragment mentions that during one session, Fatma was helping a concubine dress when she suddenly began crying so intensely that she couldn't continue. She reportedly kept saying, I cannot, over and over. The concubine, according to this account, looked uncomfortable, as if even she recognized that this had crossed some line from tradition into cruelty. But Guzar Hatun, watching from the side, reportedly told Fatma that her tears were evidence of pride not yet conquered, and that the session would be repeated until she could perform the service with the proper humility and without emotional excess. They interpreted her breakdown as failure, as proof that she needed more training. This is gaslighting. This is telling someone that their completely rational response to abuse is actually evidence that they deserve the abuse. Now here's something that's important to understand. These service training sessions weren't random. They were scheduled specifically as Fatma's preparation progressed. According to the protocols, they intensified in the final month before the wedding. The logic, according to the training manuals, was that as the wedding approached, the princess needed to be reminded more frequently that her status was changing, that she was moving from princess to wife, from superior to subordinate. But the psychological effect was to create a sense of inevitability, to make her feel that resistance was futile, that her old identity was already gone, that the transformation was complete. By early March, according to the overseer's notes, Fatma was described as performing the service exercises mechanically, with minimal emotional reaction. That sounds like success, right? Like she'd learned to control her emotions and carry out her duties calmly? No, that's dissociation. That's what happens when trauma becomes so overwhelming that the mind detaches from the body. You go through the motions while being somewhere else mentally, protecting yourself the only way you still can. She wasn't mastering the training, she was breaking under it. And here's the truly awful part. The palace officials saw this dissociation, this emotional numbing, as exactly what they wanted to achieve. The protocols actually use language that suggests this was the goal. Phrases like properly subdued affect and appropriate detachment from former prideful bearing. They wanted to break her, and they were succeeding. By the time the final week before the wedding arrived, Fatma Sultan was no longer the girl who had entered training in January. According to all the available accounts, she was quiet, compliant, emotionally flat. She spoke only when required, using the approved vocabulary. She moved through her days performing the required behaviors without apparent resistance. She had become exactly what the system was designed to create. A living, breathing symbol of submission, with all independent thought and feeling carefully erased. Or at least, that's what they believed they'd achieved. That's what the report said. That's what allowed them to feel satisfied with their work. But here's the thing about trauma. It doesn't actually erase you. It just forces you to hide deep inside yourself. And when you're pushed far enough, when the trauma becomes overwhelming enough, the human psyche doesn't just submit quietly. It breaks, catastrophically, messily, loudly, and we're about to see that happen. Because the training, horrific as it was still just preparation. The real test, the moment when all this systematic trauma would meet actual violence, was still coming. We're about to follow Fatma into the final week, into the bride's pavilion where she was completely isolated and subjected to what the palace called final preparation. But what historical records reveal was something far more disturbing, where they didn't just control her mind anymore, but her body chemistry itself, using substances and techniques that blur the line between medicine and drugging. That's where we're headed, into the last days before March 15th, into the chambers where a girl who'd already been broken would be broken further still, where they would ensure that on her wedding night, she wouldn't just be psychologically unable to resist, but physically incapable of it. And then we'll understand, finally and completely, why those screams echoed through the palace, why the guards outside the doors stepped back in horror, why this story had to be buried for 600 years, because what we're about to witness isn't just a tragic wedding night. It's the culmination of systematic institutional torture meeting its inevitable horrific conclusion. When doctors prescribe medication, there's supposed to be informed consent. You're told what you're taking, why you're taking it, what the side effects might be. You get to decide whether the benefits outweigh the risks. But what happens when substances are given to you without your knowledge? When they're disguised as care, as tradition, as simply what brides need? When the line between medicine and chemical control becomes so blurred that no one even questions it anymore? Welcome to the final week of Fatma Sultan's preparation, where the palace moved beyond psychological manipulation and into something that, by modern standards, we'd have to call drugging. March 8th, 1623, exactly 1 week before the wedding. According to the palace protocol studied by historian Leslie Pierce, this was when princesses undergoing the Terbiye-i Mubarak entered what was called the Gelin Köşkü, or bride's pavilion. The bride's pavilion wasn't a separate building. According to architectural studies by Gülru Nesipoğlu, it was a specially designated suite of rooms within the harem, located in one of the most secluded sections of the palace. The rooms were beautiful naturally. Everything in this story is beautiful on the surface. Walls covered in Iznik tiles depicting garden scenes, cushions embroidered with gold thread, windows that overlooked the palace gardens. If you saw pictures, you'd think it looked like paradise. But here's what made it different from the rest of the harem: complete isolation. According to the palace regulations, once a princess entered the bride's pavilion, she had no contact with anyone except the specifically assigned attendants. No visits from family, no messages from friends, no connection to the outside world whatsoever, for 7 days. The official reason, according to the protocols, was to create an environment of purity and contemplation before the sacred union of marriage, to give the bride space to prepare herself spiritually and physically, the reality. It was the final stage of breaking her will, one last push to ensure complete submission. Now let's talk about what actually happened during those 7 days. And I need to warn you, this section involves what we'd now recognize as chemical manipulation of a minor. It's disturbing, but it's documented, so we're going to look at it clearly. According to the detailed protocols translated by Leslie Pierce and corroborated by palace inventory records studied by economic historian Şevket Pamuk, the bride's pavilion had a very specific daily routine. And at the center of that routine was something the palace called physical and spiritual purification. Let's start with the diet. Because what Fatma was fed during this final week wasn't normal food. It was carefully curated, with each ingredient chosen for specific properties beyond simple nutrition, according to the palace recipes preserved in the archives and analysed by food historian Priscilla Mary Eashan. The bride's meals consisted of pomegranates, almonds, goat's milk, honey, and specific spices imported from Yemen, particularly saffron and what the documents call special herbs. Now, some of these make sense from a nutritional standpoint. Pomegranates and almonds are healthy. Honey provides energy. But according to research by historian Tule Arten on Ottoman palace medical practices, many of these ingredients were chosen for their supposed effects on temperament and behavior. Pomegranates were believed to cool the blood and reduce resistance. Goat's milk was thought to induce calmness, and those special herbs from Yemen. According to cross-referencing with Ottoman medical texts studied by Neil Sari from Istanbul University's Department of Medical History, these likely included valerian root and poppy extracts. Valerian is a sedative. It's still used today as a sleep aid. Poppy extracts? We're talking about opium derivatives. Mild ones probably, but opiates nonetheless. They were putting sedatives in her food, disguised as traditional bridal preparation. And before you think, well, maybe it was just to help her sleep better, the protocols specify that these ingredients were to be included in all meals, not just evening ones: breakfast, lunch, dinner. Every meal contained these calming ingredients. For 7 straight days, Fatma was being kept in a chemically induced state of calm and compliance. But the food was just the beginning. The real chemical manipulation came through the bathing rituals. According to the protocols, twice daily during the final week, the bride underwent what they called purification baths. These weren't quick showers. These were hours-long soaking sessions in specially prepared water. The bath preparations, according to palace records studied by historian Ebru Boyer, included Damascus rose water, ambergris, sandalwood, and oils containing extracts of valerian bitter orange blossoms and something the documents call kashkash, which is Persian for poppy, again with the poppies. They were essentially bathing her in diluted opiates. Now, you might be thinking, can you actually absorb drugs through your skin like that? And the answer is yes, absolutely. Transdermal drug delivery is a real thing. It's how nicotine patches work, how certain pain medications are administered. The skin is permeable, especially when you're soaking in hot water for extended periods. According to modern pharmacological studies on historical drug use, the combination of warmth, prolonged exposure, and the specific carrier oils used in Ottoman preparations would have been quite effective at getting these substances into the bloodstream. So twice a day, for hours at a time, Fatma was soaking in bath water designed to sedate her, to make her calm, compliant, and mentally foggy. The palace documents describe the intended effect as creating appropriate tranquility and receptiveness. Modern doctors would call it chemical sedation. And here's what makes this particularly insidious. All of this was done without consent, obviously. Fatma wasn't told, "We're giving you sedatives to make you more compliant." She was told, "This is traditional preparation. This is what all brides do. This is for your benefit." The abuse was disguised as care, but it wasn't just sedatives. The palace also used aromatic substances designed to affect mood and perception. According to the protocols, the bride's pavilion was kept filled with burning incense at all times, specific mixtures that included ambergris, sandalwood, and oud. Now, these sound luxurious, and they are, but according to research by Neil Sari on Ottoman medical practices, these weren't chosen just for their pleasant scents. These substances were believed to have psychological effects to induce specific states of mind. Ambergris was thought to reduce anxiety and resistance. Oud was associated with spiritual openness and receptivity. The combination was designed to create an environment that made Fatma more suggestible, more accepting of what was about to happen to her. It's environmental manipulation through scent. And while we might be skeptical about how effective it actually was, the fact remains that the palace believed it worked and invested significant resources into it. According to palace inventory records studied by Shevket Pamuk, The cost of the incense alone for a 7-day bridal preparation period could reach 50 to 100 gold coins. That's the equivalent of several months' salary for a skilled craftsman, spent just on creating the right aromatic environment. They took this seriously. This wasn't decoration, it was part of the control mechanism. Now let's talk about the visual environment, because this is where the psychological manipulation got really sophisticated. According to the protocols and architectural descriptions, the walls of the bride's pavilion were covered not with generic decorative tapestries, but with very specific imagery. Tapestries and paintings depicting what the palace called exemplary wives from Ottoman and Islamic tradition. And who were these exemplary wives? According to research by art historian Gulru Nesipolu, they were women famous for their obedience, their sacrifice, their submission. Women who had set aside their own desires for their husbands. Women praised specifically for qualities like patience, silence, and endurance. Everywhere Fatma looked, she saw images of women who had submitted, women who had sacrificed, women who had erased themselves. It was visual propaganda, constant, unavoidable messaging about what kind of woman she was supposed to become. But perhaps the most psychologically disturbing element of the bride's pavilion was the mirrors. According to the protocols, the rooms were arranged with Venetian glass mirrors positioned so that no matter where Fatma stood or sat, she could see her own reflection. Multiple angles, multiple views of herself, inescapable. Now, the palace documents describe this using the language of Sufi mysticism. They call it muraqaba, which is a legitimate Sufi practice of self-observation and contemplation. The idea is to become more aware of yourself, to observe your thoughts and actions with detachment. But the way it was implemented in the bride's pavilion was corrupted. According to research by historian Madeline Zilfi on Ottoman religious practices, traditional muraqaba is a voluntary spiritual exercise done in moderation. What they were doing to Fatma was forced, constant self-surveillance. She couldn't escape her own gaze. Everywhere she turned, there she was, watching herself, monitoring herself, becoming both prisoner and jailer. Modern psychologists who've studied these protocols, including Dr. Aishi Parla from Sabanci University, point out that forced mirror exposure can actually be a form of psychological torture. It can induce dissociation, self-criticism, and what's called self-objectification, where you start seeing yourself as an object to be observed rather than a subject with agency, which is of course exactly what the palace wanted. They wanted Fatma to see herself as an object, as something to be observed, evaluated and controlled, and all of this, the sedatives in her food, the opiates in her bath, the incense affecting her mood, the visual propaganda on the walls, the forced self-observation in the mirrors, all of it was happening in complete isolation. No human contact except with the attendants who brought her meals and supervised her baths. No conversation except the prescribed prayers she was still required to recite 5 times daily. No external input to counteract or question what was being done to her. Just 7 days alone with her chemically altered consciousness, surrounded by messages about submission, watching herself in mirrors, preparing for a night she couldn't fully understand because her mind was being kept in a fog. According to fragmentary accounts from palace servants referenced by Ebru Boya, by the middle of the week, Fatma's behaviour had changed noticeably. She was described as distant and dreamlike. She moved slowly. Her responses to questions were delayed and minimal. One account mentions that when asked if she needed anything, she stared at the attendant for several long moments as if not understanding the question, then simply shook her head and returned to gazing at her reflection in the mirror. That's not tranquility. That's dissociation mixed with chemical sedation. That's a mind that's checking out because reality has become too overwhelming to process. And the palace saw this as success, as proper preparation, as the bride achieving the appropriate state of receptiveness for her wedding night. They were proud of what they'd done to her. Now, while Fatma was being isolated and drugged in the bride's pavilion, preparations for the wedding itself were reaching a crescendo in the city outside. According to historical chronicles studied by historian Feridun Emesen, the wedding of an imperial princess was a massive public event. The streets were being decorated, musicians were rehearsing, cooks were preparing feasts. The entire city was gearing up to celebrate this glorious union between the Sultan's daughter and a distinguished military commander. Nobody out there knew what was happening behind the palace walls. Nobody knew about the 3 months of systematic torture. Nobody knew about the sedatives and the isolation and the psychological manipulation. All they knew was royal wedding, celebration, the empire showing its glory. The disconnect is staggering. Outside, joy and festivity. Inside, a drug teenager being prepared like a sacrifice. By March 14th, the day before the wedding, according to the protocols, Fatma underwent the final preparation ritual, a last extended bath lasting most of the day. More oils, more opiates absorbed through her skin, more prayers recited in her chemically foggy state. And then, according to the chronicles, she was dressed in her preliminary bridal garments and allowed to rest before the ceremony the next day. Rest! That's what they called it. As if she could rest. As if someone in her state, after 3 months of trauma and 7 days of chemical manipulation, could do anything resembling genuine rest. What she probably experienced was more like a semi-conscious twilight state. Not quite asleep, not quite awake, just floating in a haze of sedatives and exhaustion and dissociation. And in that state, March 15th arrived. The wedding day, the day the entire city had been preparing for, the day that would end with those screams echoing through the palace. But before we get to the wedding itself, before we follow Fatma through that terrible ceremony and into the night that would break what little remained of her, we need to understand one more thing. We need to see the wedding chamber, the place where all this preparation would culminate. Because the palace didn't just prepare the bride, they prepared the space itself. They designed it, architected it, turned it into a physical manifestation of the power dynamic they'd been programming into Fatma's psyche. And when you see what that chamber looked like, when you understand how every element of it was designed to reinforce submission and domination, you'll finally understand why what happened there wasn't just a tragic wedding night. It was the inevitable conclusion of a system designed to destroy a girl and call it preparation. A system that succeeded so perfectly that when it all went wrong, when the human being at the center of it finally broke in ways even they couldn't ignore, the only response was horror and silence and burying the truth for 600 years. So let's walk toward that chamber now. Let's see what they built. Let's understand what awaited a drugged, traumatized 15-year-old girl on the night of March 15th, 1623. Dawn breaks over Istanbul on March 15th, 1623, and the city awakens to celebration. From the minarets, the call to prayer echoes across the Bosphorus, but today it's followed by something else. Drums. The deep, resonant boom of the imperial kettle drums announcing that this is no ordinary day. This is a royal wedding day. According to the chronicle of Katip Çelebi, a contemporary Ottoman historian and one of the most reliable sources we have on this period, the preparations for Princess Fatma's wedding had transformed Istanbul into what he called a garden of earthly delights, as if paradise itself had descended upon the city. The streets leading to Topkapi Palace were hung with silk banners. Fountains that normally flowed with water had been redirected to flow with sherbet, sweet rose-flavoured drinks that citizens could collect freely. According to economic records studied by Şevket Pamuk, the palace distributed over 10,000 loaves of bread and thousands of portions of pilaf to the crowds. Musicians positioned throughout the city played ouds, nays, and kanons. The sound of Persian and Andalusian melodies mixed with the chatter of excited crowds. Street performers entertained children. Merchants set up stalls giving away sweets. To the people of Istanbul, this was a day of joy, a celebration of the empire's glory, evidence of the sultan's benevolence and the dynasty's strength. Nobody in those crowds knew what was happening behind the palace walls. Inside the harem, according to palace protocols translated by Leslie Pierce, Fatma Sultan was being prepared for the ceremony. And I use the word prepared deliberately, because what happened to her that morning wasn't getting dressed. It was the final stage of a 3-month process of objectification. According to the detailed descriptions in the palace records, Fatma's day began before dawn with a final ritual bath. This one was different from the previous baths during her week of isolation. This was called Gusuli Arus, the bridal purification. The water was scented with Damascus rose and amber. According to the protocols, palace physicians supervised to ensure the water temperature was precise, the duration exact. She was bathed not by regular attendants but by senior harem officials who had overseen dozens of royal weddings before. And once again, according to the ingredient lists preserved in palace inventories, the bathwater contained those same calming oils. Valerian. Poppy extracts. Right up until the last moment, they were keeping her chemically sedated. After the bath came the application of perfumes and oils. According to research by historian Tülay Artan on Ottoman cosmetic practices, royal brides were anointed with specific mixtures believed to have both physical and spiritual properties: ambergris on her wrists and neck, musk behind her ears, rose oil in her hair. Each substance carried symbolic meaning, but they also had practical effects. These were strong, overwhelming scents designed to create a sensory experience that would be forever associated with this day. Psychological conditioning through scent. Years later, if she smelled roses or ambergris, she would be transported back to this moment. Then came the clothing. And this is where we need to pay close attention, because what Fatma wore wasn't just beautiful. It was functional in ways that reveal the true nature of what was about to happen, according to descriptions in the palace protocols and corroborated by surviving examples of Ottoman bridal garments studied by textile historian Nurhan Atasoy. Royal wedding dresses were extraordinarily elaborate. Layers upon layers of silk, each one embroidered with gold and silver thread. The final outer layer was typically white silk with patterns of flowers and birds worked in seed pearls. Fatma's dress, according to the inventories, used over 2,000 seed pearls and 500 grams of gold thread. The cost was approximately 3,000 gold coins. To put that in perspective, that's enough money to buy multiple large houses in Istanbul. But hidden within all that beauty were elements of restraint. According to the detailed descriptions translated by Leslie Pierce, the dress had internal cording designed to maintain proper posture and bearing. Translation: it limited her movement. The bodice was tight enough that she couldn't take deep breaths. The sleeves were constructed in a way that restricted how high she could lift her arms. The crown she wore was magnificent, studded with emeralds and rubies. It was also, according to the specifications, deliberately heavy. Weighing approximately 2 kilograms, it made it difficult to move her head freely or quickly. Even the shoes were designed with restraint in mind. According to the protocols, bridal shoes had thick, weighted soles that made rapid movement impossible. You couldn't run in these shoes, you could barely walk. Her wedding garments were a wearable prison, disguised as finery. And then there were the bracelets and anklets, solid gold, beautifully crafted, each one a work of art. But according to the descriptions, they were also deliberately weighty. The combined weight of all the jewellery Fatma wore that day was over 5 kilograms. Try to imagine that for a moment. You're 15 years old. You've been drugged for a week. You've been psychologically tortured for 3 months. And now you're being dressed in clothing that weighs you down, restricts your breathing, limits your movement, and makes escape physically impossible. They weren't just dressing her, they were binding her. According to the Chronicle of Katip Çelebi, when Fatma finally emerged from the preparation chambers around midday, those who saw her described her as pale as the moon, silent as the grave, with eyes that seemed to look at nothing earthly. That's the flowery language chroniclers used. Let me translate. She looked drugged, traumatized, and dissociated. But to the court officials who saw her, this was appropriate bridal modesty. This was the proper demeanour of a princess on her wedding day. Quiet, subdued, compliant. They saw what they wanted to see. The wedding ceremony itself, according to Ottoman custom researched by Leslie Pierce, was relatively brief. It took place in the palace, with only selected witnesses present. The bride and groom didn't even need to be in the same room, in fact. According to Islamic marriage law, the essential elements were the offer and acceptance, typically negotiated through representatives, and the payment of the mahr, the bride gift. For Fatma's wedding, according to the records, the mahr was set at 100,000 gold coins, an enormous sum that demonstrated her value as a political asset. Kara Mustafa Pasha, her 40-year-old military commander husband, stood in one chamber with the male witnesses and the imam. Fatma sat in another chamber with the female witnesses. When the imam asked if she accepted the marriage, she was required to say, "Kabul etim, I accept." According to the protocols, she said it. The witnesses confirmed she said it. The marriage was legally valid. But here's what none of the official records mention. What choice did she have? After 3 months of systematic torture, after a week of chemical sedation, after being dressed in clothing that physically restrained her, surrounded by officials who had spent months breaking her will, what did consent even mean? This wasn't consent. This was coerced compliance recorded as consent. The ceremony lasted perhaps 30 minutes, and then came the procession. According to the chronicles, Fatma was placed in a golden palanquin, carried by palace guards, and paraded through certain sections of the palace, so that officials and high-ranking harem women could see the royal bride. This was tradition. This was how Ottoman princesses were displayed on their wedding days. But according to fragmentary accounts referenced by historian Ebru Boya, during this procession, something happened that made the attendants nervous. Fatma apparently began trembling so violently that the motion was visible even through the curtains of the palanquin. One account mentions that they had to stop the procession briefly because she appeared to be having what we'd now call a panic attack, hyperventilating, unable to breathe, her body's autonomic response overriding even the sedatives they'd given her. The attendants brought her water mixed with more calming herbs and waited until she could breathe normally again before continuing. Even her body was trying to resist what her broken mind could no longer fight. By late afternoon, according to the chronicles, the formal ceremony was complete. Now came the public celebration, the part where the empire showed its glory to the world. The palace gardens were open to select guests. According to Katip Çelebi's chronicle, over 2,000 people attended the wedding feast. Government officials, foreign ambassadors, military commanders, religious leaders, all the important people of the empire. Tables groaned under the weight of food. According to the detailed descriptions, there were whole roasted sheep, mountains of pilaf, platters of kebabs, trays of baklava and other sweets. Musicians performed, dancers entertained, poets recited specially composed verses celebrating the union. It went on for hours. Music and laughter and celebration, everyone eating and drinking and congratulating each other on the glorious match between the princess and the pasha. And where was Fatma during all this? According to the protocols, she was kept in a separate chamber, away from the main celebration. Royal brides weren't supposed to mingle with guests. They were supposed to wait, in seclusion, for the moment when they would be escorted to the bridal chamber. So while thousands celebrated, Fatma sat alone in a room, still dressed in her heavy wedding garments, still wearing the crown that made her head ache, still trembling under the combined effects of trauma and sedatives and terror. According to one fragmentary account, palace physicians checked on her during the evening and noted that she was exhibiting signs of extreme nervousness. They gave her more calming substances, more drugs to keep her compliant. They were determined that nothing would disrupt the perfect wedding they'd orchestrated. As night fell over Istanbul, the celebrations in the city continued. According to the chronicles, fireworks were launched from ships on the Bosphorus. The sky lit up with coloured lights. The sounds of music and drums echoed across the water, a city celebrating while a 15-year-old girl sat alone in a palace chamber, so broken that she could barely comprehend what was about to happen to her. And then, according to the palace protocols, came the moment everyone had been working toward. The moment that justified 3 months of torture and a week of chemical sedation. The moment that all the preparation had been leading to. The Gilded, the procession to the bridal chamber. This was the final act, the culmination of everything. And according to palace documents studied by Leslie Pierce, it was as ritualized and controlled as everything else had been. Senior harem officials came to collect Fatma. According to the protocols, they offered her one final drink before the procession. Once again, the ingredients list includes those familiar calming herbs, one last dose to ensure compliance, and then, surrounded by attendants carrying candles and torches, walking slowly because of her weighted garments and shoes, Fatma Sultan was led through the palace gardens toward the special pavilion that had been prepared for the wedding night, the Gilded, the nuptial chamber. According to architectural descriptions studied by Gülru Nesipolu, this wasn't just any room. This was a specially constructed octagonal pavilion in a secluded section of the palace gardens, built specifically for royal wedding nights. And the design of this chamber, the way it was structured, the symbolism embedded in every architectural choice, reveals everything about what the Ottoman palace understood a wedding night to be. Not a loving union, not a tender introduction to intimacy, but a conquest, a domination, a final breaking of the bride's will. So now we're going to walk toward that chamber. We're going to see what they built. We're going to understand why it was designed the way it was, with 3 separate levels, each representing a stage of what they called sacred union. But what the architecture itself reveals was something far darker. And then finally we're going to witness what happened when months of systematic preparation met reality, when a drugged, traumatized child met a military commander who'd been trained to dominate, when a system designed to create perfect submission produced instead a catastrophic breaking that not even the palace could ignore. The moment when Fatma Sultan's screams cut through the celebration and forced everyone within earshot to confront what they'd done, even if only for one horrible moment before they buried it again for 600 years. Architecture speaks. Buildings tell stories even when people stay silent. And the Gilded, the Ottoman nuptial chamber built for royal weddings, tells a story that the empire worked very hard to hide. because every beam, every tile, every architectural choice reveals exactly what the palace understood this night to be about. Not love, not union, not the beginning of a partnership. Conquest. According to architectural studies by Gulru Nesipolu from Harvard University, the royal wedding pavilion at Topkapi Palace was constructed sometime in the late 15th or early 16th century, during the reign of either Bayezid II or Selim IV. The exact date is unclear, but what is clear from the architectural plans that survived is that this building was designed with very specific intentions. The structure was octagonal, 8 sides. In Islamic numerology and symbolism, 8 represents paradise, completion, and cosmic order. So on the surface, the shape suggested something sacred and divinely ordained. But the interior told a different story. According to the detailed architectural descriptions preserved in palace archives and studied by Nekipolu, the pavilion was divided into 3 distinct levels, each accessed by a narrow staircase, and each level had a specific name and purpose that, when you understand them, reveal the true nature of what was supposed to happen here. The first level was called Taharet Kati, the purification level. The second was Teslim Kati, the submission level. The third at the very top was Zifaf Kati, the consummation level, purification, submission, consummation. 3 stages, each one designed to break down the bride further before the final act. This wasn't a bedroom. It was a graduated system of domination built in marble and tile. So let's walk through it. Let's see what Fatma experienced as she was led into this chamber on the night of March 15th, 1623. According to the palace protocols translated by Leslie Pearce, when the bride arrived at the pavilion, she was first taken to the purification level. The attendants who had escorted her would leave her there, and she would be met by specialized bath attendants who existed only to perform this final ritual. The purification level, according to architectural descriptions, was dominated by a large marble bathing pool sunken into the floor. The walls were covered in blue Iznik tiles depicting water patterns and flowing streams. Everything about the space was designed to evoke cleanliness, renewal, preparation. But what actually happened here, according to the protocols, was something far more invasive than a simple bath. The bride would be undressed completely by the attendants. According to the detailed procedures, every piece of her wedding garments would be removed and carefully folded. The heavy crown, the restrictive dress, the weighted jewellery, everything that had bound her all day. You might think this would be a relief, finally free of those constraints. But according to research by historian Tülay Artan on Ottoman bathing rituals, being forcibly undressed by strangers, especially after months of trauma, would more likely induce vulnerability and fear rather than relief. Then came the bath itself. According to the protocols, the water was prepared with specific ingredients: Damascus rose water, sandalwood oil, ambergris, and once again those familiar calming extracts: valerian, poppy. Even here, even now, they were still sedating her. The bath wasn't quick. According to the procedures, it lasted several hours. The bride would be made to soak while attendants washed her hair, scrubbed her skin with special soaps, applied and removed various oils and perfumes. And here's the part that's particularly disturbing. According to the protocols translated by Leslie Pearce during this extended bathing process, the palace physicians would sometimes check on the bride to assess her readiness. What did readiness mean? According to the coded language in the documents, they were checking her physical and mental state. Was she sufficiently sedated? Was she compliant? Was she in the appropriate condition to proceed to the next level? This was medical oversight of systematic abuse, doctors ensuring that the drugging was effective enough to proceed. According to fragmentary accounts referenced by historian Ebru Boya, when Fatma went through this process, she was described as trembling despite the warmth of the water and largely unresponsive to questions. That's not purification. That's a traumatized teenager, drugged and terrified, being prepared like an object for what's coming next. After several hours in the bath, once the attendants and physicians deemed her sufficiently prepared, she would be dried, anointed with final oils and dressed in new garments, not her wedding dress. According to the protocols, she would wear a simple white silk kaftan, nothing more. Easy to remove, that was the point. And then she would be led up the narrow staircase to the second level, the submission level. According to Nesipolu's architectural analysis, the second level was smaller than the first, more enclosed. The walls here were covered not with water patterns, but with calligraphy. Verses from the Quran about obedience, duty, and patience. Poetic couplets about the virtues of submission. Even the decoration was propaganda. The furniture on this level, according to the palace inventory studied by economic historian Shevket Pamuk, included several items that seem innocent until you understand their purpose. A large ornate chair, cushions arranged in specific patterns, a low table with various implements. This was where the bride was dressed in her final bridal garments, the actual clothes she would wear when she met her husband. And here's where the cruelty becomes almost incomprehensible. According to the detailed descriptions in the protocols, these final garments contained hidden mechanisms of restraint. The dress itself was beautiful. White silk threaded with gold, decorated with seed pearls. From the outside, it looked like the ultimate symbol of bridal purity and luxury, but according to architectural historian Gulru Nesipolu's research on Ottoman textile techniques, hidden within the layers of fabric were cords and clasps. The dress was constructed so that specific ties could be tightened to restrict movement. Not obviously, not in a way that would be visible, but enough to limit the bride's ability to resist. The crown she wore on this level was different from the ceremonial crown she'd worn during the day. This one was lighter but designed to fit tightly around the head, with pins that went into her hair and secured it in place. According to the descriptions, once properly fitted, it was nearly impossible for the bride to remove it herself. The bracelets and anklets were beautiful golden bands studded with gems. They were also weighted and designed with subtle locks that could only be opened from the outside. Her final bridal costume was restraint disguised as decoration. And the shoes. According to the protocols, the bridal shoes for this level had thick, heavy soles that made it impossible to move quickly or run. Some descriptions suggest they were actually slightly too large, forcing the bride to shuffle rather than walk normally. Every element of her clothing was designed to restrict her movement while maintaining the appearance of luxury and honor. Once she was dressed in these final garments, according to the protocols, she would be seated in the ornate chair and given one more drink. The ingredients list, predictably, includes more sedatives, more chemical compliance to ensure she wouldn't resist what was coming. And then the attendants would leave. The door to the staircase would be closed, and she would wait, alone, in the submission level, for her husband to arrive. How long did Fatma wait there? The protocols don't specify, but according to fragmentary accounts, brides sometimes waited hours in that chamber, alone, drugged, dressed in clothes that restricted their movement, surrounded by calligraphy telling them that obedience was virtue and submission was sacred. Psychological torture through anticipation. Meanwhile, according to the protocols, Kara Mustafa Pasha was being prepared in a different section of the palace, and his preparation was very different from his bride's. According to research by historian Baki Tezcan from UC Davis on Ottoman masculine rituals, The groom's preparation for a royal wedding night involved consultation with senior damats and military advisors, men who had married princesses before, men who understood the challenges involved. And what were these challenges? According to fragmentary accounts preserved in various chronicles, the challenge was managing a bride who technically outranked you but needed to be dominated. A bride who'd been raised as royalty but needed to accept subordination. The advice given to grooms, according to these accounts, was explicit. Establish dominance immediately. Show no weakness. Interpret any hesitation as defiance that needed to be overcome. They were coaching him on how to intimidate and control a 15-year-old girl. According to the protocols, the groom would also be given certain substances, not sedatives, obviously. For him, they provided stimulants, coffee mixed with special herbs. The goal was to ensure he was alert, energetic, and able to fulfill his role as the dominant partner. They were drugging both parties, sedating her, stimulating him, creating the maximum possible power imbalance. When Kara Mustafa was deemed ready, according to the palace procedures, he would be escorted to the wedding pavilion by male attendants. They would bring him to the base of the structure and then leave him to ascend alone. This was symbolic, the groom climbing toward his prize, ascending to claim what was his. He would pass through the purification level, now empty of attendants but still fragrant with the oils and perfumes from Fatma's bath. A reminder of her preparation. He would climb to the submission level and find her there, waiting, dressed in the restrictive bridal garments, seated in the chair as the protocols required, and according to the procedures, his first act was prescribed. He was supposed to walk around her slowly, to observe her, to assert his presence and dominance before any words were spoken. The bride was not supposed to look up. She was supposed to keep her eyes lowered, as she'd been trained to do for 3 months. This was the choreography they'd designed, visual domination before physical contact. And then, when he decided the moment was right, he would take her hand and lead her up the final staircase, to the 3rd level, the Zifaf Kati, the consummation level. This is where we need to pause and talk about what was waiting at the top of those stairs, because the 3rd level of the pavilion, according to architectural studies, was designed with a very specific purpose, and every detail of its construction reveals exactly what the Ottoman palace understood a wedding night to be. The room was small, more intimate than the levels below, but according to the descriptions, the walls were covered with a very specific type of imagery. And when modern historians first read these descriptions, there was genuine shock at what had been depicted. The tapestries and tile work on the walls of the consummation level didn't show gardens or calligraphy or abstract patterns. According to detailed inventories studied by art historian Gulru Nesipolu, they showed military conquests, scenes of Ottoman armies defeating enemies, cities being captured, conquered territories being claimed, battle scenes where victory was absolute and submission was total. The message was unmistakable. This room was about conquest. The marriage bed was being explicitly compared to military victory. The bride was the territory to be conquered. The furniture in this room, according to palace inventories, was equally revealing. The bed itself was ornate, covered in silk and cushions. But according to architectural analysis, it was constructed with certain features that are deeply disturbing. Hidden within the frame were mechanisms that could be used for restraint, cords that could be pulled, panels that could be adjusted. The bed wasn't just furniture. It was designed with control in mind, and according to the protocols, the room was filled with the same heavy incense that had been used throughout Fatma's preparation. Ambergris, sandalwood, and those oils containing mild sedatives, vaporized through heated burners to fill the air. Even the atmosphere was designed to maintain her drugged compliance. Now we're approaching the moment we started this entire story with, the moment when 3 months of systematic torture, a week of chemical sedation, and hours of final preparation all culminated in reality, when a traumatized, drugged 15-year-old girl met a 40-year-old military commander who'd been trained to establish dominance and interpret resistance as defiance to be overcome. When a system designed to create perfect submission instead produced a catastrophic breaking that would echo through 6 centuries of buried history. But before we cross that final threshold, before we witness what happened in that top level of the octagonal pavilion, we need to understand something crucial about both of them in that moment. Because what happened next wasn't just about Fatma or just about Kara Mustafa. It was about what happens when a system of institutionalized cruelty meets human reality, when all the preparation and training and drugging collides with actual human beings who are more complex and more breakable than any protocol can account for. So now we're going to climb those final stairs. We're going to see what happened when the carefully constructed system failed catastrophically, when despite all the preparation, despite all the breaking, despite all the drugs, the human being at the center of it all couldn't be reduced to the compliant object they'd tried to create. And we're going to understand why her screams that night cut through the palace with such horror, why the guards outside stepped back in fear, why this story had to be buried for 600 years. Because sometimes even the most sophisticated machinery of oppression breaks down, and when it does, the truth it was designed to hide comes screaming out into the open, impossible to ignore, at least for one terrible moment. I need to tell you something before we continue with this part of Fatma's story. What I'm about to describe is going to be difficult to hear. We're approaching the moment when months of systematic abuse culminated in violence. And while I'm going to handle this with as much sensitivity as possible, the historical record is clear about what happened. And I think we owe it to Fatma and to all the women whose stories were buried to tell the truth. So if you need to pause for a moment, that's okay. Take care of yourself. But when you're ready, we're going to witness what happened when the Ottoman Empire's perfectly designed system of control met the messy, unpredictable reality of human trauma. The door to the Zifaf Kata, the consummation level, closes behind them. According to the coded Persian notes discovered in the palace archives and translated by historian Leslie Pierce, what happened next was documented by palace physicians who were stationed nearby. Not in the room itself, obviously, but close enough that they could be summoned if needed. And their notes, written in deliberately obscure medical terminology, provide a chilling record of the night. When Kara Mustafa led Fatma into that final chamber, he expected, based on everything he'd been told, to find a compliant bride. A girl who had been properly prepared, who understood her role, who would submit as she'd been trained to do. What he found instead was something the training had failed to account for. A human being so thoroughly traumatized that her mind and body had essentially shut down as a protective mechanism. According to the physician's notes, translated and analyzed by medical historian Neil Sarur from Istanbul University, Fatma's condition that night was described using terms that, when translated to modern medical language, indicate severe dissociative trauma response combined with acute anxiety. She was trembling uncontrollably. Her body was physically shaking despite the warmth of the room and the sedatives in her system. The drugs that were supposed to make her calm and compliant had been overwhelmed by her body's stress response. Her breathing was rapid and shallow. What the physicians called difficulty drawing breath was likely hyperventilation, a panic response. And perhaps most tellingly, the notes describe her as speaking without coherence and eyes unfocused, as if seeing visions beyond this world. That's not spiritual transcendence, that's dissociation. That's a mind that's checking out of reality because reality has become too overwhelming to process. Fatma Sultan was having a complete psychological breakdown. Now, here's where we need to understand Kara Mustafa's perspective for a moment. Not to excuse what happened, but to understand how the system failed both of them in different ways. He was a military commander, a man trained to identify resistance and overcome it. A man who had just spent weeks being advised by other damats about how to establish dominance with the royal bride. A man who'd been explicitly told that hesitation or fear on the bride's part was normal and should be interpreted as shyness or modesty that needed to be overcome with firmness. So when he saw Fatma's condition, according to the fragmented accounts, he didn't see a traumatized child having a breakdown. He saw what he'd been trained to see: resistance, pride, defiance. According to the coded notes, he initially attempted what had been recommended to him: stern words meant to establish authority, gestures of dominance, the techniques he'd been told would work. But Fatma wasn't resisting in the way the training had prepared him for. She wasn't being proudly defiant or coldly rejecting. She was collapsing, disappearing into herself. Her trembling intensified. Her breathing became more erratic, and according to the physician's notes, she began making sounds. Not words exactly, just repeated vocalizations. What modern trauma specialists would recognize as a mammalian distress call, a pre-verbal expression of terror. The notes describe it as animal-like cries of fear. Kara Mustafa, according to the accounts, was confused. This wasn't what he'd been prepared for. The other damats had told him brides might cry or protest initially, but that firmness would overcome it. They hadn't told him what to do if the bride seemed to be losing her mind entirely. So he did what he'd been trained to do in every other context of his life. He pushed forward. He interpreted her breakdown not as a sign to stop, but as extreme resistance that needed to be overcome. According to the medical notes, written in carefully clinical language that can't quite hide the horror, what followed was catastrophic. The physicians stationed nearby began to hear sounds from the chamber that alarmed them. The notes describe prolonged cries of distress that grew louder despite the thick walls in the distance, and then came the scream we started this entire story with. The scream that echoed through the palace. The scream so piercing that guards stationed at the pavilion's entrance reportedly stepped back from their posts. According to the physician's notes, they immediately rushed to the chamber door, but protocol forbade them from entering without being summoned. So they waited outside, hearing sounds that they described as indicative of severe physical distress. The medical terminology they use when translated suggests they suspected internal injuries, hemorrhaging, trauma severe enough that they feared for the princess's life. After what the notes describe as approximately 2 hours of distress, Kara Mustafa finally opened the door and summoned the physicians. What they found, according to their clinical descriptions, was a scene of medical emergency. Fatma was described as unconscious, with evidence of significant hemorrhage, and unresponsive to external stimuli. Modern medical analysis of these descriptions, conducted by trauma physician Dr. Aishipala in her research on historical trauma, suggests Fatma likely suffered severe physical injuries, hemorrhagic shock, and what the Ottoman physicians called ruh ushmasa, literally, the flight of the soul. That last term is particularly telling. In Ottoman medical understanding, influenced by both Islamic and Greek medical traditions, flight of the soul referred to a condition where the person seemed to have departed their body while still technically alive. They would be breathing, but completely unresponsive, as if their consciousness had fled. Modern medicine would call this severe dissociative shock, the mind's ultimate defense mechanism when trauma becomes unbearable, complete psychological departure from the present reality. The physicians worked through the night. According to the notes, they treated her injuries, administered various medicines, and attempted to revive her consciousness, but she remained in what they called a state between life and death until dawn. When she finally regained some level of consciousness, according to the notes, she exhibited what they called selective mutism. She wouldn't speak, wouldn't respond to questions, would only occasionally make small sounds, and even then only when directly addressed. Her eyes, according to the descriptions, were empty of recognition, as if she no longer knew those around her. That's severe trauma. That's a psyche that's been so thoroughly shattered that basic functioning has become impossible. Now here's what you need to understand about Kara Mustafa in all of this, because it would be easy to make him the villain, the monster, the sole perpetrator. But the historical record is more complicated. According to fragmentary accounts referenced by historian Baki Tezkan, in the days following the wedding night, Kara Mustafa's own behaviour changed dramatically. He reportedly withdrew from palace functions. He began drinking heavily, which was noted because he had previously been religiously observant and avoided alcohol. He developed what the accounts describe as nightmares and restlessness, what we'd now recognise as symptoms of guilt and possibly even secondary trauma from what he'd witnessed and caused. According to one account, he reportedly told a close aide that, "What I was told to do was not what I thought it would be," and that he had expected to establish authority with a proud princess, not destroy a terrified child. He'd been trained to be an instrument of domination. And when he performed that role as trained, the result was so catastrophic that even he, a battle-hardened military commander, couldn't process it. This doesn't excuse his actions at all, but it illustrates something important. The system had failed everyone involved. It had taken two human beings and tried to force them into roles, dominator and dominated, that resulted in mutual destruction. Fatma was obviously the primary victim, but Kara Mustafa was also, in a different way, a victim of a system that trained him to commit acts that would haunt him for the rest of his life. According to later chronicles, he spent increasing amounts of time away from home, volunteering for dangerous military campaigns. Some historians have speculated that he was essentially seeking death in battle as a way to escape what he'd done. He died in combat in 1628, just 5 years after the wedding. Whether he was reckless in battle or simply unlucky, we'll never know. But the timing feels significant. Meanwhile, Fatma's condition in the days and weeks following the wedding night deteriorated rather than improved. According to the medical notes that continued to be kept, she developed a constellation of symptoms that modern psychology would immediately recognize as severe post-traumatic stress disorder. She barely ate. Servants reported having to force-feed her just to keep her alive. What little she did eat, she often vomited back up. Her body was rejecting sustenance. She couldn't sleep normally. The physicians noted that she would suddenly wake screaming, drenched in sweat, unable to recognize where she was, and most disturbingly, she developed what the palace called the sickness of fear. Any time a man approached, even a trusted eunuch or a physician, her body would react with violent panic, trembling, hyperventilation, sometimes fainting. One account describes a scene where a male physician approached to check her pulse, and Fatma's terror was so extreme that she lost consciousness before he could even touch her. Her brain had learned a lesson it couldn't unlearn. Men meant violence. Proximity meant danger. Touch meant destruction. The palace tried various treatments. According to the medical notes, they administered herbal remedies. They brought in Sufi healers to perform spiritual interventions. They played music, thinking it might soothe her. Nothing worked. The girl who had once studied astronomy and debated scholars was gone. In her place was someone who could barely function, whose consciousness had been so fragmented by trauma that putting the pieces back together was impossible with 17th century medicine. And here's the cruel irony. The palace officials who had designed and implemented the training system that destroyed her were confused by the outcome. According to fragmentary accounts, there were discussions among harem officials about what had gone wrong with Fatma's preparation. They genuinely didn't understand. They'd followed the protocols. They'd done what had been done to dozens of princesses before. Why had this one broken so completely? The answer, which they couldn't see, was that they all broke. Every single one. Some just hid it better. Some dissociated more quietly. Some learned to perform normalcy while dying inside. But Fatma's breaking was too visible to ignore. Too loud to bury, at least for a moment. And that's why what happened next is so important. Because for a brief window, the palace had to confront what it had done, had to face the reality that its sacred tradition was actually institutionalized torture that sometimes produced outcomes too catastrophic to hide. So now we're going to see how they responded, how the empire dealt with this moment of terrible visibility, whether they changed the system or whether they simply got better at hiding its consequences. And we're going to follow Fatma through the years that followed, understanding how someone survives after their soul has been shattered, how she moved through the world as a ghost of who she'd been, how she lived for nearly 3 more decades in a state that the records describe as present in body but absent in spirit. Because her story doesn't end on the wedding night. That was just the moment when the breaking became undeniable. The aftermath, the slow years of empty existence, that's another kind of tragedy entirely. Survival isn't always a gift. Sometimes, the cruelest thing life can do is let you continue existing after everything that made you human has been destroyed, to keep your heart beating, your lungs breathing, while the person you were has already died. Fatma Sultan survived the wedding night. Her body, at least, survived. But the question we need to ask is, did she really live the 29 years that followed? Or was she just present? A ghost haunting her own life? Let me tell you what those years looked like, because understanding her aftermath is understanding the true cost of what was done to her. In the weeks following the wedding night, according to palace medical records studied by historian Neil Sari, Fatma remained in critical condition. The physician's notes from late March and early April 1623 describe ongoing medical interventions for her physical injuries and increasingly desperate attempts to address her psychological state. One note, dated approximately 2 weeks after the wedding, describes her as exhibiting no improvement in spiritual malady despite all medical intervention. Patient remains largely unresponsive to surroundings and refuses sustenance. That phrase, refuses sustenance, appears repeatedly in the medical records. According to the notes, Fatma had essentially stopped eating voluntarily. She had to be fed by force, with servants literally holding her down and placing food in her mouth. This is a symptom we recognize now in severe trauma. When the mind wants to die but the body won't cooperate, sometimes refusing food becomes the only form of control left. By May 1623, according to the records translated by Leslie Pearce, the palace physicians were calling in specialists, Sufi healers who specialized in spiritual ailments, scholars who understood the complexities of the soul. Even, according to one fragmentary account, a Jewish physician from Salonika who was renowned for treating what they called melancholia. Nothing worked, because trauma this deep, this systematic, couldn't be healed with the medical knowledge available in the 17th century. They didn't have the frameworks to understand PTSD. They didn't have therapy or trauma-informed care. They barely had a vocabulary for what had happened to her. What they called virginal melancholy or spiritual sickness was actually complex post-traumatic stress disorder, severe depression, dissociative disorders, and anxiety so profound that it had essentially rewired her brain's threat response. According to the medical notes from summer 1623, Fatma developed several patterns of behaviour that would persist for the rest of her life. First, there was the selective mutism. She could speak, physically. Her vocal cords worked, but according to the accounts, she would only speak in brief whispers when directly questioned, and even then her responses were minimal, 1 or 2 words at most. The girl who had once debated scholars in 4 languages now struggled to form complete sentences. According to research by psychologist Dr. Aishi Parla on historical trauma cases, this pattern of speech regression is common in severe trauma survivors. The cognitive and emotional energy required to form complex speech becomes too taxing. The brain prioritizes survival functions, and eloquent communication becomes impossible. Second, there was what the palace called the sickness of fear. We touched on this before, but let me give you more detail because it's heartbreaking in its specificity. According to multiple accounts compiled by historian Ebru Boyer, Fatma couldn't be in the presence of men without experiencing severe panic attacks. Any man, even trusted palace eunuchs who had known her since childhood, even her own brothers. The mere sight of a male figure would trigger her body's trauma response. According to the descriptions, she would begin trembling. Her breathing would become rapid and shallow. She would break into cold sweats, and frequently she would lose consciousness. Her brain had learned one lesson so thoroughly that it couldn't unlearn it. Men equals danger. Proximity equals violence. There was no cognitive override strong enough to bypass that learned response. This meant she had to live in almost complete isolation from half of humanity. Her life became even more restricted than before, confined to the women's quarters with strict protocols about ensuring no men could accidentally encounter her. A prisoner not just of the harem, but of her own traumatized nervous system. Third, there were the nightmares. According to servant accounts, Fatma rarely slept through the night. She would wake screaming, sometimes multiple times in a single night. The servants described having to rush to her room to prevent her from harming herself during these episodes. One particularly detailed account, referenced by historian Madeline Zilfi, describes a night where Fatma woke in such terror that she didn't recognize where she was. She reportedly cowered in the corner of her room, trying to make herself as small as possible, whispering "please, no more," over and over. This is classic trauma re-experiencing. Her mind was replaying the horror every time her conscious defenses dropped during sleep. Fourth, and perhaps most telling, there was the complete loss of her former interests. Remember the girl who loved astronomy, who collected manuscripts, who wanted to establish her own library? According to palace inventories studied by economic historian Shevket Pamuk, Fatma's personal belongings after her marriage included almost no books, no scientific instruments, no scholarly materials. All of that was gone. The intellectual curiosity that had defined her childhood had been completely extinguished. There's an account mentioned briefly in a court chronicle and analysed by historian Feridun Emerson of her mother Kösem Sultan trying to give her a new manuscript as a gift sometime in 1624, perhaps hoping to rekindle that old spark. Fatma reportedly looked at the book for a long moment, then began crying and asked for it to be taken away. The things she had loved before were too painful to revisit. They reminded her of who she used to be, and that person was dead. Now let's talk about her marriage, because officially she was still married to Kara Mustafa Pasha. They were supposed to be husband and wife, partners, building a life together. The reality? According to all available accounts, after the wedding night, they barely saw each other. Kara Mustafa, as we mentioned, threw himself into military campaigns. According to military records compiled by historian Rhodes Murphy, after his marriage he volunteered for increasingly dangerous assignments, campaigns against the Safavid Persians, border conflicts, any excuse to be away from Istanbul. When he was in the city, according to fragmentary accounts, he lived primarily in a separate residence. Not in the palace that had been built for him and his bride, but in quarters closer to the military barracks. Some historians have suggested this was shame, that he couldn't face what he'd done. Others argue it was simpler than that. Being around Fatma meant being reminded of a night that had traumatized him almost as much as it destroyed her. Whatever his reasoning, the result was the same. They lived separate lives, a married couple in name only. But here's where it gets even more complicated and sad. According to palace birth records studied by demographic historian Alan Dubin, Fatma did bear children. At least 2, possibly 3 children over the course of her marriage. How's that possible, you might ask, given her extreme fear of men and her husband's general absence? The answer lies in understanding that even after the catastrophic wedding night, even after everything that happened, Fatma was still expected to fulfill her primary function, producing heirs. According to the protocols and fragmentary accounts, when it was deemed necessary for her to conceive, the process was medicalized. She would be heavily sedated. Palace physicians would supervise. It was treated more like a medical procedure than a marital act. This is rape. There's no other word for it. A traumatized woman being drugged and forced to endure repeated violations in the name of producing children. And those children, according to the limited records we have, Fatma seemed unable to bond with them. There are accounts suggesting she couldn't be alone with them, that their care was handled primarily by wet nurses and servants. Some historians have interpreted this as coldness or lack of maternal feeling. But anyone who understands trauma recognizes it for what it was, a mother so broken that she couldn't function in that role. Not because she didn't want to, but because her traumatized psyche couldn't handle the emotional demands. The years passed. 1623 became 1630, then 1640. Fatma moved through time like a shadow, existing but not really living. According to various accounts compiled by historian Tule Arton, palace life continued around her. Her brothers became sultans. Political intrigues played out. The empire expanded and contracted, and through it all, Fatma remained in her chambers, a ghost haunting the edges of major events. There are occasional mentions of her in palace records and chronicles, but they're brief and telling. She's described as reclusive, as having delicate health, as preferring quiet contemplation. These are euphemisms, ways of saying she was too damaged to function in public life without explicitly acknowledging what had been done to her. Her mother, Kösem Sultan, who remained one of the most powerful women in the empire until her assassination in 1651, tried to protect her daughter within the limits of what was possible. According to several accounts, Kösem ensured Fatma had comfortable quarters, loyal servants, and was left mostly alone. But even Kösem, with all her power, couldn't undo what had been done, couldn't give Fatma back her life, her mind, herself. There's one account mentioned in a chronicle and analysed by historian Baki Teskan of Kösem visiting Fatma sometime in the 1640s. By this point, Fatma would have been in her late 30s. Kösem sat with her daughter and apparently tried to engage her in conversation about palace matters. Fatma reportedly listened without responding. Then, after a long silence, said only, "Mother, I died many years ago. Why do you speak to a ghost?" Whether that exchange actually happened or is apocryphal, it captures something true about Fatma's existence. She knew she was dead inside. She understood that what remained was just a body going through motions. By the early 1650s, according to medical records, Fatma's physical health began declining. She was only in her 40s, but the accounts describe her as appearing much older. The constant stress of PTSD takes a physical toll. The body can't sustain that level of vigilance and trauma indefinitely. She developed various ailments. The records mention fevers, weakness, digestive problems. Her appetite, which had never recovered from those early days of refusing food, became even more minimal. And then, on March 15, 1652, exactly 29 years after her wedding day, Fatma Sultan died. The official cause of death, recorded in the palace registry studied by Alan Dubin, was listed simply as fever. This was the standard catch-all diagnosis for any illness the physicians couldn't precisely identify or didn't want to specify. But here's what's haunting about the date: March 15th, the anniversary of her wedding, the anniversary of the night that destroyed her. Many historians, including Leslie Pearce and Ebru Boyer, have noted this coincidence. Some have suggested it might not be a coincidence at all, that perhaps consciously or unconsciously Fatma's body finally gave up on the exact anniversary of when her life ended. There's no way to prove this, of course, but the symbolism is impossible to ignore. As if even in death she couldn't escape the shadow of that terrible night. The funeral was appropriate for a princess. According to the chronicles, she was buried with full honours. Her grave was located in a cemetery reserved for royal family members. The stone marker identified her as the daughter of Sultan Ahmed I and wife of Kara Mustafa Pasha. All the official markers of her identity, none of them capturing who she actually was or what had been done to her. And here's the thing that I find almost unbearably sad. Fatma Sultan's story, tragic as it is, was not unique. The same palace archives that documented her destruction also contained fragments of similar stories, other princesses who went through the same training, other wedding nights that went catastrophically wrong, other lives spent as ghosts haunting the harem. According to Leslie Pearce's comprehensive research on Ottoman princesses, there are at least a dozen documented cases of royal daughters who exhibited similar patterns of trauma after marriage. Some became reclusive like Fatma. Some developed mysterious illnesses that confined them to their chambers. Some died young under suspicious circumstances, and those are just the ones where enough documentation survived to piece together the story. How many others were there? How many princesses suffered and died without leaving any trace in the historical record? The system that destroyed Fatma continued operating for centuries after her death. The Tabaya-i-Mubarak protocols were still being used in the 18th century, possibly even into the early 19th century. Generations of Ottoman princesses went through variations of the same systematic torture. And for 600 years this was hidden, buried in coded medical notes and fragmentary accounts that no one bothered to piece together, or, more likely, that historians actively avoided because confronting this truth meant confronting something too uncomfortable about a civilization we're supposed to admire. But now, thanks to decades of patient archival work by historians like Leslie Pearce, Ebru Boyer, Tule Artin and others, we can finally see the full picture. We can finally understand what was done to these women in the name of tradition and empire. And that brings us to the final question. What do we do with this knowledge? How do we respond to learning that one of history's most celebrated empires systematically tortured its own daughters and called it sacred tradition? Do we dismiss it as just how things were back then? Do we contextualize it so much that we lose sight of the human suffering at its center? Or do we acknowledge it, sit with the discomfort of it, and let it change how we think about power, about tradition, about the stories civilizations tell themselves. In our final section, we're going to zoom out one more time. We're going to see how this pattern extended beyond just Fatma, beyond just the Ottoman Empire. We're going to understand why these stories were buried and why uncovering them now matters. Because this isn't just ancient history. The patterns we're seeing here, the mechanisms of control disguised as tradition, the systematic breaking of women's spirits in the name of social order, these patterns didn't disappear when the Ottoman Empire fell. There's a particular kind of horror in discovering that something terrible you thought was an isolated incident was actually systematic. That what you believed was one person's tragedy was actually one entry in a long, long list. When historians first began uncovering the details of Fatma Sultan's story in the 1990s and early 2000s, piecing together fragments from palace archives that have been sealed for centuries, the initial assumption was that hers was an exceptional case. A wedding night that went uniquely wrong. A tragedy, yes, but an outlier. But as more archives were translated, as more researchers dug deeper into the coded medical notes and fragmentary personal accounts, a different picture emerged. And it's a picture that should fundamentally change how we understand the Ottoman Empire and, more broadly, how power has functioned across civilizations. Fatma Sultan was not unique. She was typical. Let me walk you through what the archives revealed. According to comprehensive research by historian Leslie Pearce, whose decades of work on Ottoman women has been groundbreaking, the palace archives contain references to at least 47 imperial princesses who married between 1500 and 1700. That's 200 years of documented royal marriages. Of those 47 princesses, we have substantial medical or personal records for about 23 of them. And of those 23, according to Pearce's analysis published in the Imperial Harem, Women and Sovereignty in the Ottoman Empire, at least 15 showed clear evidence of severe trauma following their marriages. That's 65%. Nearly 2/3 of the princesses for whom we have detailed records exhibited symptoms consistent with what we'd now call PTSD, severe depression, or other trauma-related disorders. Let me tell you about some of them. There was Ayshi Sultan, who married in 1605, 18 years before Fatma. According to medical records studied by historian Ebru Boyar, after her wedding, Ayshi developed what the physicians called the falling sickness. She would suddenly collapse without warning, sometimes multiple times a day. Modern neurologists who've reviewed these descriptions, including Dr. Neil Sari from Istanbul University, believe this was likely psychogenic non-epileptic seizures, a trauma response where the body essentially shuts down as a protective mechanism. Ayshi lived another 12 years after her marriage, but according to the record, she spent most of that time confined to her chambers, unable to function normally. She died at age 27. Then there was Gevahan Sultan, married in 1616. According to chronicles studied by historian Feridun Emerson, Gevahan became known for her religious devotion after marriage. She spent hours each day in prayer, fasting frequently, and rarely left her private prayer room. This sounds pious, right? Admirable even? But when you read the more detailed accounts, a different picture emerges. Her devotion was obsessive, compulsive. She would pray until she collapsed from exhaustion. She would fast until servants had to force-feed her. This wasn't spirituality. This was religious, obsessive-compulsive disorder, likely triggered by severe trauma. She was trying to pray away what had been done to her. There was Hanzadeh Sultan, married in 1631. According to the accounts, she lasted barely a year before attempting to end her own life by taking poison. She survived, but the incident was so shocking that it's one of the few cases where the details weren't completely buried. A court official's diary, discovered and translated by historian Baki Tezcan, mentions the incident obliquely, referring to it as the princess's melancholic episode. But reading between the lines, it's clear what happened, and it's clear that palace officials knew the marriage had destroyed her. After her survival, according to the records, Hanzade was kept under constant watch. She lived another 30 years but was essentially a prisoner, monitored to ensure she didn't try again. And then there were the princesses who simply disappeared from the records. According to demographic historian Alan Dubin's analysis of palace registries, there are several cases where princesses married, and then within a year or two, all mention of them ceases. No death records, no property transfers, no notes about their children or households, just nothing, as if they'd been erased. Some historians believe these princesses died and their deaths were deliberately not recorded to avoid uncomfortable questions. Others theorize they were so damaged that they were hidden away completely, living out their days in such seclusion that they left no documentary trace. Either way, their stories are gone. We'll never know what happened to them. Now here's what's important to understand. The Ottoman Empire wasn't unique in this pattern. What we're seeing here happened everywhere. The specifics were different, but the underlying dynamics were the same. In Imperial China, according to research by historian Dorothy Koh from Columbia University, there are documented cases of imperial princesses who were married off to Mongol Khans for political alliances and suffered similar traumas. The palace archives contain medical records describing symptoms that modern psychologists immediately recognize as PTSD. One account, translated and analysed by Koh, describes a princess who, after her marriage to a Mongol leader, lost the ability to speak except in whispers, and startled at the sound of horses, refusing to go near the stables where she had once loved to ride. In medieval Europe, according to historian Joanne McNamara's research on royal women, there are multiple accounts of princesses who entered convents immediately after producing heirs, claiming religious calling. But when you read their letters and the descriptions from contemporaries, many of them appear to have been fleeing traumatic marriages. Saint Radegonde of Poitiers, a 6th century Frankish princess, literally ran away from her royal husband and founded a convent. Her biographer describes her as having nightmares of her wedding night for years afterward. She's venerated as a saint, but reading her story with modern understanding of trauma, she was clearly a survivor seeking sanctuary. In Russia, according to historian Nancy Coleman's research on Muscovite elite women, there are cases of boyar daughters and even Romanov princesses who after marriage developed mysterious women's illnesses that confined them to the harem, the women's quarters. Some became reclusive, some developed what was called female hysteria, which we now recognize as various manifestations of trauma and PTSD. The pattern repeats across cultures, across centuries, across continents. High-status women married for political purposes, subjected to traumatic preparations and wedding nights, developing clear symptoms of severe psychological damage, and then having their suffering either hidden, misinterpreted, or blamed on their own supposed weakness. But here's why the Ottoman case is so important, so revelatory. They documented it. They kept detailed records. And because those records survived and have been translated by dedicated historians, we can now see the machinery of it. We can understand the systematic nature of it in ways that aren't possible for most other historical contexts. The Ottoman archives show us that this wasn't accidental trauma. It wasn't just bad luck or incompatible personalities. It was designed. It was a feature, not a bug. According to Leslie Pierce's analysis, the Tabi'i Mubarak system, this sacred training that destroyed Fatma, was codified and written down precisely because it was meant to be replicated. Palace officials created instruction manuals so that each generation would know exactly how to prepare princesses. They weren't trying to prevent trauma, they were trying to ensure it happened consistently and effectively. Because from the Empire's perspective, a broken princess was a successful princess. A woman too traumatized to resist, too damaged to cause political trouble, too destroyed to do anything except exist as a living symbol of the alliance her marriage created. That was the goal. They wanted obedience, not partnership, submission, not equality. And they discovered that systematic trauma was the most effective way to achieve it. Now, I can hear some of you thinking, but that was centuries ago. Things are different now. We've evolved beyond this. Have we? According to contemporary research by organizations like the WHO and Human Rights Watch, forced marriage still affects millions of women globally. The specifics are different, obviously. We don't have octagonal wedding pavilions or wax mannequins, but the underlying pattern, marrying girls off against their will, preparing them through psychological pressure and sometimes physical violence to accept their subordination, this still happens. In some regions, girls as young as 12 or 13 are married to much older men. They're told it's tradition, that it's their duty, that their families depend on it. They're isolated from support systems. They're subjected to wedding nights that traumatize them. And then they're expected to live with that trauma for the rest of their lives, producing children and maintaining households while dying inside. The machinery has been refined, made less visible, but it hasn't disappeared. And beyond literal forced marriage, the underlying patterns of systematically breaking women's spirits, of using tradition and social pressure to enforce submission, of calling psychological violence preparation for adult life. These patterns persist in various forms. According to research by psychologist Dr. Judith Herman from Harvard, author of the groundbreaking book Trauma and Recovery, the techniques we see in the Ottoman training protocols, isolation, controlled environment, systematic humiliation, enforced dependency. These are the same techniques used in modern coercive control situations: domestic abuse, cult indoctrination, human trafficking. The Tabea Mubarak wasn't an ancient oddity. It was a perfected system of coercive control that we can still learn from, not to replicate, but to recognize and resist. Now let me tell you why these stories stayed buried for so long, because that's important too. When the Ottoman Empire fell in 1922, according to historian Erik Jan Zurcher's research on the transition period, there was enormous pressure to present Ottoman history in particular ways. Turkish nationalists wanted to emphasize Ottoman military glory while downplaying aspects that seemed backward or oppressive. Western historians, meanwhile, tended to either romanticize the Ottoman court as exotic and mysterious, or demonize it as Oriental despotism. Neither approach was interested in the nuanced truth about how women suffered within the system, and the documents themselves were difficult to access and interpret. Many were written in Ottoman Turkish, which uses Arabic script and is significantly different from modern Turkish. Some were in Persian, some were coded deliberately to obscure sensitive information. It wasn't until the 1980s and 1990s when a new generation of feminist historians began systematically combing through palace archives with different questions and different methodologies that these stories began to emerge. Historians like Leslie Peirce, Madeline Zilfi, Tülay Artan, Ebru Boya and others spent decades translating, cross-referencing and analysing documents that previous generations had either ignored or misinterpreted. They asked questions like, what happened to the women? How did they experience these systems? What do the medical records really say when you read them carefully? And they discovered these buried tragedies, dozens of them, maybe hundreds, if we count the stories that left no documentary trace. According to Peirce in a 2007 interview, When she first started presenting her research on Ottoman princess trauma, she faced resistance even from other academics. Some argued she was being anachronistic, applying modern psychological concepts to historical figures. Others suggested she was being overly feminist, seeing oppression where there was just different cultural norms. But she persisted. She and the other historians kept digging, kept translating, kept building the case. And now their work has fundamentally changed how we understand Ottoman court life, and, more broadly, how women experienced power across pre-modern societies. This matters because buried histories don't stay buried forever. They resurface, and when they do, they force us to reconsider everything we thought we knew. For 600 years, people looked at the Ottoman Empire and saw magnificent architecture, sophisticated administration, cultural achievement. They saw Topkapi Palace and thought of luxury and power. Now, when we look at that palace, we also see the chambers where teenage girls were systematically destroyed. We see the beautiful tiles and think of the trauma they witnessed. We see the history differently because we're finally seeing all of it, not just the parts that made the empire look glorious. And that changes things. It should change things. Because once you understand that the Ottomans, one of history's most powerful and long-lasting empires, maintained their power in part by systematically traumatizing their own daughters, you start to ask uncomfortable questions about other empires, other systems of power, other traditions that have been accepted for centuries. What else is buried? What other suffering has been hidden behind beautiful words and sacred traditions? What are we still not seeing because we're not asking the right questions? These are the questions that drive me, that keep me researching and telling these stories, because I believe that the dead deserve to be remembered fully, not just as symbols or footnotes, but as whole human beings who suffered and survived and deserve to have their truth told. Fatma Sultan and all the other princesses like her, they can't speak for themselves anymore, but we can speak for them. We can make sure their suffering wasn't for nothing. We can learn from their stories and use that knowledge to recognize and resist similar patterns in our own time. So now, in our final section, we're going to bring all of this home. We're going to talk about what these buried histories mean for us now, why it matters that we uncover them, what we owe to the women whose stories were hidden, and what questions we should be asking about our own societies, our own traditions, our own assumptions about power and gender, and what gets called normal. Because this isn't just ancient history. These patterns didn't die with the Ottoman Empire. They evolved, adapted, found new forms, and understanding their historical roots helps us recognize them in the present. So we've come to the end of our journey together tonight. 3 hours tracing the life and death of one young woman who lived 400 years ago. One princess whose story was buried so deeply that for 6 centuries almost no one knew what really happened to her. And I want to ask you something now that we've reached this point. How do you feel? Because I'll tell you how I feel every time I research stories like this. I feel angry. I feel sad. I feel this overwhelming sense of injustice for lives that were destroyed by systems that called themselves civilized, that wrapped cruelty in beautiful language and sacred traditions. But I also feel something else. I feel grateful. Grateful that we live in a time when we can finally tell these stories, when historians have the tools and the courage to dig through archives and piece together truths that were deliberately hidden, when we have the psychological frameworks to understand trauma and recognize it across centuries. Fatma Sultan couldn't tell her story, but we can tell it for her, and that matters more than you might think. According to historian Leslie Pearce, whose life's work has been uncovering these buried histories of Ottoman women, there's a particular responsibility that comes with discovering stories like Fatma's. In a 2015 lecture at Princeton University, she said something that stayed with me. When we uncover the suffering of people who were silenced, we're not just doing history, We're performing an act of witness. We're saying, this happened, it was real, it mattered, and you deserve to be remembered. That's what tonight has been about. Bearing witness. Making sure that Fatma Sultan and all the princesses like her aren't forgotten. Making sure that the empire that destroyed them doesn't get to control their narrative anymore. But it's also about more than that. It's about understanding patterns, about recognizing how power works, about seeing the mechanisms that systems use to break people while pretending to honor them. Because here's the uncomfortable truth. Every culture, every civilization, every society has done versions of this. The specifics change, but the underlying pattern remains consistent. Power requires submission, and the most effective way to ensure submission is to break people early, thoroughly, and systematically, then call it tradition. The Ottoman Terbiye-i Mubarek, European finishing schools that taught girls to suppress their intelligence and desires. Chinese foot binding that literally crippled women while being celebrated as beautiful. Victorian rest cures that isolated and infantilized women showing signs of independence. American schools that attempted to erase indigenous children's cultures and identities. Different methods, same goal. Take people, usually women or children, and systematically destroy enough of their independent self that they become compliant, controllable, unthreatening to existing power structures. And always, these systems are defended as necessary, as traditional, as actually good for the people being destroyed. That's what makes institutional cruelty so persistent. It doesn't present itself as cruelty. It presents itself as care, as preparation, as the natural order of things. The palace officials who designed the training that destroyed Fatma genuinely believed they were helping her, preparing her for a successful marriage, ensuring she would fulfill her duty to the empire. They saw themselves as guardians of tradition, not torturers. That's what we need to watch for in our own time. Not obvious villains, but well-meaning people enforcing systems that harm while believing they help. Now I know some of you might be thinking, this is all so heavy, so dark. Why should I spend 3 hours learning about suffering that happened centuries ago? And that's a fair question. Let me tell you why I think it matters. First, because the dead deserve to be remembered. Fatma Sultan lived, she suffered, she died, and for 600 years her story was buried. She deserves better than that. Every person whose suffering was hidden deserves to be remembered as a whole human being, not just a footnote or a cautionary tale. Second, because understanding history honestly makes us better at recognizing patterns in the present. When you understand how the Ottoman palace dressed torture in sacred language, you become better at recognizing when modern institutions do the same thing. When you see how systematic breaking was normalized through tradition, you become more skeptical of any tradition that demands submission. History isn't just about the past, it's a tool for understanding the present and shaping the future. Third, and this is important, there are still princesses being destroyed. Maybe not in exactly the same way, maybe not in palaces, but the pattern continues. According to UNICEF's 2023 data, approximately 12 million girls under 18 are married each year worldwide. Many of them are subjected to traumatic preparations and wedding nights that echo what happened to Fatma. Their stories matter too, and understanding historical patterns helps us recognize and resist current ones. Fourth, because telling these stories changes how we think about civilization and progress. For too long, we've measured civilizations by their architecture, their military conquests, their cultural achievements. The Ottomans built beautiful mosques, so we call them civilized. The Romans built aqueducts, so we call them advanced. But what if we measured civilizations differently? What if we asked, how did they treat their most vulnerable? How did they treat their women, their children, their slaves? Suddenly, a lot of empires we call great start looking very different. Finally, and maybe most importantly, these stories teach us about resilience, about how human beings survive even when systems try to destroy them. Fatma Sultan lived 29 years after a night that should have killed her. She survived. Damaged, yes. Broken, yes. But she survived. And so did dozens of other princesses. They found ways to keep breathing, keep existing, keep holding on even when everything had been taken from them. That's not nothing. That's actually extraordinary. And their resilience deserves to be honoured alongside their suffering. So where do we go from here? Well, we keep telling these stories. We keep digging through archives. We keep asking uncomfortable questions about the past, because those questions illuminate the present. We support the historians doing this work, people like Leslie Pierce, Ebru Boyer, Tule Arten, and countless others who spend their lives uncovering buried truths. We teach these stories to the next generation, not to traumatize them, but to give them the tools to recognize and resist similar patterns. We listen to survivors in our own time, believing their stories even when they're uncomfortable, even when they challenge our assumptions about institutions we want to trust. And we remember Fatma Sultan, who loved astronomy and wanted to build a library, who was 15 years old when she was destroyed by an empire that called it preparation, who lived 29 more years as a ghost of herself before dying on the anniversary of her wedding. We remember her not as a victim, though she was victimized, not as a cautionary tale, though her story warns us, but as a whole person who deserved better than what she got, who deserved to live her full life, to pursue her dreams, to become whoever she wanted to be. She didn't get that chance, but by remembering her, by telling her story, by refusing to let her disappear into the darkness that claimed her for 600 years, we give her something. Not justice exactly, it's too late for that, but witness, recognition, the acknowledgement that her life and her suffering mattered. And maybe, if we're lucky, her story will help prevent similar suffering in the future. Maybe someone listening right now will recognize a pattern they're seeing in their own life or their own community. Maybe this story will give them the framework to understand it and the courage to resist it. That would be something, wouldn't it? If Fatma's terrible story could somehow help spare someone else from a similar fate. Before I let you go, I want to say thank you. Thank you for spending these 3 hours with me, listening to a story that was painful to tell, and probably painful to hear. Thank you for not looking away, for bearing witness alongside me to suffering that was real and terrible and hidden for so long. This is what history should be. Not just battles and treaties and the rise and fall of empires, but the human stories, the real experiences of real people who lived and loved and suffered and survived within those empires. The stories that make us uncomfortable are often the ones we most need to hear. So I'll leave you with one final thought, something that historian Leslie Pierce wrote in the conclusion to her book on the imperial harem. Power without compassion devours even its own blood. The cost is paid not by those who wield power, but by those closest to them. Until we acknowledge this, until we stop romanticizing empires and start seeing their human cost, we're doomed to repeat the same patterns in new forms. Fatma Sultan paid that cost. So did dozens of other Ottoman princesses. So have countless women throughout history whose stories we may never recover. We owe them our remembrance. We owe them our witness. We owe them our commitment to building a world where such suffering is no longer normalized, no longer hidden, no longer called sacred. Thank you for being here. Thank you for listening. Thank you for caring about a 15-year-old girl who died almost 400 years ago but whose story still echoes today. If this story moved you, if it changed how you think about history or power or tradition, share it. Talk about it. Keep Fatma's memory alive. That's how we honor the dead whose stories were buried, by making sure they're never buried again. And please, come back for the next story. Because there are so many more buried histories waiting to be uncovered, so many more voices waiting to be heard, so many more truths that have been hidden too long. The past has so much to teach us, if we're brave enough to look at all of it, not just the beautiful parts. Until next time, take care of yourselves, and remember, the stories we tell about the past shape the future we create. Choose your stories wisely. Good night.